Good evening, everyone. I'm Tassenix, and welcome to Season 72, 3 vs 3 Grand Arena Championship, Week 2, Round 3 for Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. My opponent is Kaptn, a guy that I fought once recently, but before that, long time ago, if ever. So this is our second matchup in as many weeks, and our first match this season. Kaptn the Captain, love the name. He's the captain now, surely. Of Wookiees always win. He was a sweat in the old days. 1.1 million legacy championship points. Good roster. Over 1 million smaller than mine, but absolutely within competition range, especially with solid Datacron roster. So should be a good fight. How's everybody doing? Let me get the music set up for you. Get the prediction, all the regular stuff. Yeah, if you didn't catch my note on Discord, I did end up losing the last match to Herbert. I ended up tying his score on ground, but yeah, man, I was on the back foot as soon as I opened up the fleet zone and saw that he had Leviathan down, and so that meant that I should, mirror with mine and hope that I get to not lose a ship, and I ended up having to sacrifice Scimitar to make it work. So it wasn't enough banners because you got like 77, 77, 75. So a painful but necessary lesson on the current state of the fleet meta. There we are. All right. Playlist. I see a couple of questions in the chat. I will get to them in just a second. Rolling. Good. All right. I'm thinking it's going to be one or less, two or more again. Because this guy plays a pretty tight game if you've ever seen what he's about. I'm thinking that's going to have to be the way of it. All right, back to chat. All right, Sprizzle, good luck, Tass. Appreciate it, man. Vin Altabi, hello. Hello. Darth Salea, good evening, everyone, and good luck, Tass. Appreciate you. Tim, good evening, Tass. Good luck in GAC tonight. May the Force be with you. Appreciate you, Tim. Saldag, damn, it's been a while since I've seen Wookiee's member at the top. Yeah, Kaptn's been hanging out here a few weeks, so he's holding on to his spot. Ducky Wucky, first time able to catch you live. Welcome to the live show, man. Good to have you. Saldag, Tass, I meant to ask, do you have a recording of your fight against his home one? No, I do not. What did I have for that? I want to say that I had profundity for that, though I don't think you would have been that impressed, honestly. What was impressive, I will mention this. It didn't stop Profundity from winning, but I shit you not. That Iden up front to his dodged me like 6 times in a row. I was beside myself. If it wasn't for the fact that it ended up being something like a 76 anyway, would have been seething. Depressed Wampa, good luck, Tass. Appreciate that. Good to see you, man. Patrons and non-patrons alike. Lots of love in the chat. All right, let's go ahead and get right into it. And it's just a long weekend. Good weekend, though. I think you guys might have recall I mentioned went to celebrate my daughter's birthday with some family, including my 101-year-old great-grandmother. Good to see her. She's well. Yeah, she can't see, but she's well. Just happy to, see everybody. So, good weekend. Been a good time. All right. So, rank 11, fighting rank 19. My 16.5 million GP against his 14.3 million. Top 80 GP, my 3.23 to his 3.07 million. Zetas, my 429 to his 410. GAC Omicrons, my 88 to his 68. Top 80 average speed, my 168 to his 166, so he has good mods. Mod analysis, plus 25 speeds, my 313 to his 304. 20 to 24 speeds, my 617 to his 360. Plus 20 speeds, my 930 to his 664. Plus 4% offense mods, my 297 to his 161, so there's a better gap there. And plus 6% offense mods, my 110 to his 49. Total relics, my 2603 to his 1941. Relic 9 characters, my 175 to his 42. Relic 8s, my 119 to his 59. And Relic 7s, my 8 to his 95. Datacron analysis, total rerolls, my 281 to his 135. So he's very, very light on Datacron. Impressive. Level 9s, I've got 51 to his 32. 6 to 8s, I have 1, he has 8. And 3 to 5s, I have 7, he has 18. Mostly recovered from the plague. I'm no longer sneezing up different colors. Not even really coughing up colors anymore. Still just got the cough. That's about it. Yeah, not, up this way, most folks aren't skipping out on the plus 25s all day. Sure. Yes, I'm mostly unplagued, Flareboot. Thank you for asking. All right, as far as GLs go, pretty good kit here on Rey. Wow, really fast slacker. Love that. Good bulk. Oh, nicely appointed JML as well. Okay. All right, pretty good. Yeah, you guys saw last stream against Herbert, man. Slacker almost had his ass handed to him by a more offensively Datacroned Hondo team. Dangerous. I'm really thinking about that in the future. We'll have to see. Yeah, you've had an intermittent cough yourself, Flairboot. It's not the end of the world. It's just not the best. I couldn't ask me to sing a song all the way through, I'll tell you that. All right. As far as other meta characters go, everything's... looks good there. All right, over to the OmegaBot report. This is based on week 1's data, so fresh. As far as attack times go, usually he'll make a swing here based on last week within the first 6 hours. See? As far as mod comparison goes, yes, I am the mountain man. Let's see if that matters. Yeah, as far as GAC Omicrons, there's quite a few, actually. I would have. As far as how much they matter, well, he's up in the top bracket, isn't he? I know our rank said something like 11 and 19, but it's skewed because if you look at the global leaderboards, it's showing Erodiums that are like in the top 8 that are not actually in the top 8 competing. I don't know what that is. A bug within a bug, but yeah. No. Okay. He's got most of the good ones. We'll have to see how much it matters once he comes out on. As far as efficiency goes, he's scoring mostly 57s, as are so many in this area. But his opponents are scoring slightly more against him than he is, so that's interesting. He's trying to pull off a highly efficient game, but maybe not having all of the tools to meet that on even footing. But he might be a few banners behind here on squads. That's interesting. He's getting more 58s, though, than his opponents. Occasionally leaving room for the opponent to get a 59 on him. And then otherwise, it's reasonably competitive. He's had, what, 1, 2, 3 drops on squads all season long? Have to see. All right. Defenses set by Kaptn this week. Got Ahsoka with Wat, Rey Swolo EEzra, Jabba, Pirate King Hondo, Gas, Reva, Lord Vader, Jedi Master Mace, Din Zori, Huskins, Great Mothers, Kelleran, Darth Revan, Gungans, and Traya. I want to say it was really just set it just for week 1, and then adjust from here for week 2. That limits the value of scouting by, just running the same thing all week and then intentionally deviating from that the week after. All right, Negotiator, Executrix, Malevolence on defense. He is taking no chances. The finest shall be reserved for attack. Defenses by zone, we would expect to see bottom front Ahsoka with Wat, Rey Swolo EEzra, Jabba, Pirate King Hondo, and Lord Vader. All right. As far as his attacking team, you've got DTMG, Sith Eternal, both of which he's had a drop with this season. Cere Malicos, Queen Amidala, Balin, the third and only other drop, Maul, Slacker, BKM, Malgus, Palpatine with Starkiller, Leia, Jedi Master Luke, Jedi Master Kenobi with Cat, Wampa, and then, other things as needed. Aphra, Bane, JKR, Tarkin. Leviathan, Executor, Profundity on offense without. And what did he set? What did he attack last week that gave him trouble? A trench team with Wat, Saw Krex, and a Sith Eternal. That was something set by Barator, I want to say. It was nice. Nice. Okay. Where are we with the prediction, guys? Blairboot says, I wish Hotbot was forced to show armor percent resistance percent on GL stats these days. Woefully underrated stat. Fair. Going on, MJ. Going on. All right. Says you guys got 20-something seconds. Get in those last moment votes. Hear what you have to say. Think I got this well in hand? What's it going to be? And as you might have seen in my announcement for this stream, we'll be busy tonight because after I'm done with my Grand Arena, we'll have TJ stepping up to the plate for a double feature. He's got his own Grand Arena match. Should be fun. There might also be a couple special drop-ins from other content creators. We'll see how it goes. All right, voting is over. 56% of points wagered went 1 or less. 44% went 2 or more. Yeah, what we're working with. So, Kaptn has gone ahead and already cleared the entire board. More than just the bottom front, yeah? Put up a 2058, so certainly a respectable score. Go over it. I've got PrimeBot stalking him. Okay. Bottom front against Lord Vader Appo CX2. So my bulk cron that I'm using from set 24 for this week doesn't have quite as much bulk as I would like. So I thought I'd give a go throwing on my 9th sister cron, which has just over 100% health on it, and the cooldown reduction dark side level 3, which can have Lord Vader do fun stuff. For all that planning, he got a 57. All right, against Maz Kanata, Kix, and Quiggled, another 57. French, Dooku, and Watts. I saw him struggle there, so I thought I'd offer him the opportunity to botch it again. And he got a 56, so yeah. DRZ, he got a 57, so not a GL. Against Lord Vader, against Malgus, Malik, and BSF, that is 57. All right. Here in the back, against Great Mothers. Yeah, we put together a little bit of something here in the back. You got a 57 on Great Mothers. On Queen Amidala, a 55. Against Rey Swolo, Exile Ezra. He had to withdraw on the first go. Got it for a 30 on the second. So that would have been a 50 as a first run, which means he dropped another 7. So 27 just on that fight. Very nice. Tokatano, Huye, and Padawan Sabine, kind of a leftover team. Certainly better set with Watt, but he wasn't going to drop to a French team that didn't have Watt in it. So sacrifices must be made. I set that, again, with Huye and Padawan Sabine. Set 23, light side 25% turn meter cron, 100% health on the stat. Did not make any difference. 57 there. And against Saw, Luth, and Krex with the Jawa cron, which got me a hold last week, I want to say. He put up a 56 with against Saw. So, yeah. All right, up top, feeling froggy. Decided to set gas with about 80% added potency there on the cron, just to inhibit, if not forbid, Maul Gar ISC or Gar ISC if you're about it. For all that, he got a 59, so GL solo, probably Sith Eternal? No. Against Pirate King Hondo and Vane. Scored a... I want to say it was a 57. Yeah, I'm thinking that's the case. Against the Tusken, a 56. Haha, got one. Against the new Bad Batch here. Fugitive Amiga, Crosshair, Mercenary, Wrecker. I want to say like a 57. Trying to see where I noted that one. I want to say 57. And then against Jedi Master Mace was another 57. So anyway, I did the math on squads earlier, and it ends up being something like a 55 banner average on the nose. So tight, not impossible. You've done something like this before. All right, as far as fleets go, yeah, I decided to adopt the idea of Leviathan on defense. So that was certainly down. I commented about this on people yesterday, but Herbert set a home one fleet that was the Empire ships up front, like Darth Vader, Gauntlet, and I want to say Iden. Yeah. And then it was B-Wing off the bench, and then another 3 Empire ships, right? It's probably tougher than just the pure Home 1 fleet featuring your B-Team Rebel ships. I think it's probably a bit stronger than that, which justified his 3rd fleet being Finalizer. But I decided I wanted to stretch it out, right? So I'd have the Home 1 fleet with the aforementioned, B-Team Rebels on it, and Executrix as my 3rd fleet. And what were the scores there? 71 on Leviathan, nice. 76 on Executrix, and 77 on Home 1. So, not amazing, but better than 77, 75, 77, like what Herbert scored against me the round previously. All right, enough about the defense. Top side. Yeah, the taxman got a little nibble there, Tim. It's true. Are you eagerly looking at when he's clearing you? No, yeah. When that's the point of PrimeBot, in my view. Like, I'll have the game booted up on my phone if I'm not at my computer for whatever reason, and that way, when I get the first chirp from PrimeBot that he's made an attack, pull up the game and see what was it, and then I just thumb down my phone screen and type back to PrimeBot, like reply back to PrimeBot. 57 Lord LV, for Lord Vader. You got a 57 on my Lord Vader. That's how I'm doing it, team by team. But I'm on notice from the time he makes his first attack, right? That's how you do it. 25 off of a softmax score, good enough challenge. Yeah, he put up a fine score. Sure. Yes, that defender was a pain up front, Saldeg. I don't have video for that because that was while I was over at Grandma's house. And yeah, my phone doesn't like to record. I missed you, MJ. If you don't send a message to this feller after you win, say, hey, look at me, I'm the captain now. I will be disappointed. I'll tell you what, if I win, I will DM him and say GG, well done, all that. Am I the captain now? And I'll leave it up to him, yeah? That seems within the bounds of good taste. All right. So again, his topside defense, Finzori Rose with the Rose Crown, followed by Gas Rex 5s, set 24, Dark Side Kron. Interesting. So it's there for stats. We'll check that out later. Against Tuskens. With Raider and all that. A set 23 Kron. Jedi Master Mace, Depa, and Temple Guard with a set 23. Aphra, SM33, and BT1 with a set 24. We'll have to look at that. All right, bottom front. Against Traya, Nihilus Savage with Eidenkron. Okay. Followed by Riva, Grand Inquisitor, 9th Sister with the 9th Kron. Yes, that can be a problem. Jabba, Chrysanthid Boushh with Sortie. Hondo, Pirate King Hondo with Silvo and Vanes. And OG Hondo not represented. Maybe set elsewhere. Interesting. Lord Vader Appo CX2 in the end with a not bulk level 3 and about 50% bulk added besides. So possible for BKM. Which brings us to the very first fight of the evening. All right, so I took the roll of Crown off Saw so I'd have this option. I didn't attempt this last round against Herbert because he had that huge crown on his Lord Vader. And indeed, even Rey struggled. I could have certainly played that fight better, but Rey still struggled. It probably would have still struggled, even if I was playing it exactly. Still was probably doable. Alright, roll it out, yeah? What happens? Go. We do have to get Lord Vader himself first. Ow, ow. Deeply unwelcome feeling. This is kind of cool, though. When you come back around, how's that going to work? To dispel you before that, but then you're out of phase. No, you're... Well, yeah, but then you're going to... Okay, alright. Well, we're going to try it this way.
No. No.
Plain, really.
No. No, no.
Nice.
No.
We're almost there. That's a good one. Ah, see, the dispel would be crucial here. How do you really want to play this thing, man? Wonder the Force will not enter twice, but we should do this call. Yeah, it's tough to feel like I made a bad decision. Preserve. Protect.
No.
Ah!
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I should have healed myself, I guess. I thought it heals him too, though, doesn't it? Bottom line is...
No, no. No. No.
$54 will do. Don't want to bleed a lot of banners. Fine, but kind of expect something like that. Okay. First order here. So the question is, people attempt this just the 2 characters? Tab. Maybe I do. Say it is Ovo and Vane. Then let's say, for the sake of argument, minimum relics 8. What is it? Can I help you, child? Bulk, long text. Okay, 100%. So 93% this. Why would you lose? In with this, why would you? Seconds. So this implies absolute destruction. Put down onto Slacker, right? 51 sec. Yeah. High armor penetrate. This is what I'm telling you. I feel like that's really big. Slacker. Yeah, man. See this? I don't think I'm dealing with that, so. Yeah, see, that shit ain't good. Yeah. But... Works. It works. What kind of stats you all roll? Crazy. All right. I think I am going to use the lightning early this time. Get the added assist ball out of it. Yeah, it's the wrong TIE pilot, I see. That's that. Yeah, I've done Hux. I like Hux. It's just you for sure lose Hux. And I was thinking to save banners, and I don't have explicit intention with Rey. you know, for Drey, for anywhere else. So I was thinking about that. Target ally and weakest ally, yeah. Oh, good. So it would have been wasted to target himself. Okay, good to know, Claire. Yeah, you used... DZ says, Maz, Athano, and Quiggle got me an easy 57 against Lord Vader. Slick, man. And he is Sith, so I could see that. That's nice. May need to check it to avoid taunt. What lets you ignore taunt is this. While you have advantage, you ignore taunt. I'd say this. I think I like Hux better if there is OG Hondo here, because then Hux will cut off Hondo's turn meter gain, right? And I like that. But let's see how this goes. After Silvo, as always. Then on for... Oh yeah, if you want to see what my con looks like. Good amount of armor penetration, otherwise pretty ordinary. Notice that I don't have any bulk. Sure that won't come back to bite me. Okay. Good. Goes to target not Slacker, and I appreciate you for that. Yeah, good man. This Swolo. That guy was stunned, so if our Omicron, or our Datacron works correctly, then we shouldn't see him again. Oh my god. Do you see this? This is just a tank. The support, not even amped up and ramped up yet. They just almost... They're gonna lay me out, man. Gotta do the middle, give me that stack ultimate charge before the grace of God. Make with the Stabbins, yes. I'll take that second stack for sure. The rest of this makes me nervous. Will you give me... Yes, I'm taking all of that. Get to jumping. Hey. Even that basic would have been unwelcome. Okay, so good. Everything works as expected. Silvo did not return. Take with the stabs. I just need you to be on full-time lock. I can't really have you do at all. On an at-all basis, really. I do believe that this asshole is continuously increasing the... I don't regret doing that. So I guess in 5 vs 5, that's more of a pain in the ass in terms of the equalization from Vane nullifying her lightning. Not as bad here. Good to know. We're almost there. So very close. Jump. No. There. This guy's kind of an asshole. This is the part where I'm probably a little grateful for the lightning. And there's the 57. Tough to deliver without Drey being there, so nice to have. You got the same on mine, so it's the least I could do. Okay, Jabba. I think I'm actually going to do JMK here. My suspicion is that I'm not going to actually need JMK elsewhere. Hold it. Good damage. With preferably a light side protection up level 3. They're going to be kind of hard for me to come by because I used several of them. Considering that, what would another solid option? Or by health? Well, crit damage would be nice anyway. Light side. don't really want to have a stacking death thing. What kind of whack? There's an invasion up, but... Eh. I guess I'll use this one. Health, strictly speaking, is okay. Really interesting. There's the protection. Let's see. I think it's okay to use here. Literally, though, who else? It is not Leia. Okay. Pretty much it, yeah. No regrets. Can you unclench now? Yeah, man, I'm telling you. So here's the thing. Yeah, I'm Zoltar. Says, I don't know why people say Pirate King Hondo is underwhelming. He seems to do just fine. I agree, and there's a few different ways people are modding him. Most are doing speed. I'm running defense like what Fatal was recommending. I want to put some testing into that. Might do it all of this season and all of next season just to say that I put some rigor into it for 3s and 5s. But outside of that, I am really seeing the value of some added offense on Hondo. And then for his sake and, you know, a couple other physical damagers on the team, but Vane's also does some, thanks to surprising amount of damage. And then Brutus being physical damage as well. Armor penetration is probably not bad on this team. At least a few of the characters. Alright. Knock this. Yeah, now we could do something like Great Mothers, as we've done many times here in the past, but not today. We'll do it the long. Boy, do I feel good about doing it the long way. Is it like this, or is it that we want to beat him down the second? What is it? It matters something. It matters. So short ult? I think so. If you're doing it this way. Oh wow! Still seems to. Now we gotta beat his ass quite thoroughly. Several times. We're out of ult. Gonna take a full ult. life 1. How we move to close them out. Yeah. Ability block? Nah. Okay. Hey, got the ability block. Back. Gold. Cere. I'll take Starkiller. This is the Kron that I have reserved for the purpose. Lots of health, armor penetration, dark side buffs level 3. Nice stuff. Acquire 50 stacks of profit, use 500% cool crit damage bonus to kaboom them. Dude, I'm telling you, it hurts. Vin says, I lost my Grand Arena because nothing could kill Pirate King Hondo. Leia failed. Yeah, I believe that. Slacker with Special Forces TIE Fighter pilot Kron failed. Bane even failed with the Darth Vader Kron. Really? Yeah, that's tough to hear, man. Stick Ray is the third. Yeah, I could do that, Dojo, but the thing is I don't think I'm going to need Starkiller anywhere else. That being said, though, if I wanted to be conservative, I could bring Cal, lose essentially nothing. We could say VP Starkiller if I needed a random. Anyway, we've done this enough. I think we'll be okay. Leave me alone. It does feel good to get rid of all those pups. Ahead of all this. Real and great. Real great. Yes. Oh, don't you there. Take my 56 on. 56 is what you expect with Cal as well for them. You can get a 57 though. Okay. Alright, against this Traya, I want to do a Jabba solo, but I want to check my homework. Well, hello, sweetheart. Rain, go away. We're obsessed with our school songs. All right. You just ran off with my water. Tiny thief. Hurt? What have you been? So it's just about the stat profile. All right. Let's assume that the defense ohms are on. Relics of 7. Yeah, C Solo's hot. Here's the one. Super duper high health. Hell. Generic stuff. And then, yeah, Sortikron as well. I'd seen that. Yeah, Jabba Solo it is. Bane just survived 5 whirlwinds from Ray. Dude, he's next level tank. He is... only the dead will know peace from the madness that is Bane. Alright, I forget how I do this. I want to say I usually just blow up Traya, so she's not a pain in my ass. I'm gonna put bombs on her and stuff. Yeah. That's a middle related. Sorry, basic. Basics and this. There's no Talon here, which is usually the other threat to me. Okay, it's not as dangerous to me as you think it is. Let me just basic you. That out of curiosity. First, I'm just gonna eat her. A more annoying cooldown increase. Go on. Really, not much else to to the fight, frankly. Doom, Nihilus. Non-auto. Yeah, they can't hit me. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Mastery. Not that it was safe. Look at that slug go. Whoa. Whoa. Couldn't play this on speakers at work, I'll tell you that. That's right, Saldeg. The dulcet tones of Jabba moaning in my ears while I do my TW. Alright, well that's a bona fide 59. We like those. That is a clear wall with what? This would have been like 3. It basically averages out to like 4 57s and a 56 for that wall. Alright, what are we gonna pick here? Yep. Alright. So he's got Rey, Swolo, Exile Ezra. I'm still gonna do Leia, Drogan, R2. Bunkron. He good. Then color it. Ceres. All right. Took some notes earlier. I'm going to populate this. All right, so he did move a few things around from what he was having down last week. We can do Aphra versus his Finn. We've done that before with the Darth Vader crown. Gas, I don't know, any number of things. Health, that might even be a 58 potentially. What has he got on it? Got the juice. 51% potency is not nothing, but much something. 128. So if I was, say, 230 greater RISC, would I be good to go? %, tenacity. Run for our purpose. 44. Let's see what this looks like out of curiosity. Only 200. Yeah, not enough. Alright, so we're not going to do that there. Disappointing, would prefer to. Alright, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So, he said it. Well, I don't think that makes any difference. He said it with the rollover. Leia's been. Blacker's been a lot of people's sure thing. Rey, Swolo, Exile, EEzra, Mirror, for sure. Yeah, EP, Mara Jade, Starkiller, it's still possible. It is still possible. Yeah, you gotta have this done, man. The best of these crons have the protection up level 3, or turn meter, you can make it work. The stun level 6, and then a mix of crit damage and health. Pretty cool stuff. Alright, crit damage. Need resistance only. These two have stun. This one has a better balance of stats. Yeah, I'm okay with this one. Better chance that I keep R2 to the bitter end. Okay, let's see here. How does Jabba, who can't move himself, have evasion mastery? Yeah, good question, Havorius. I'm not prepared to answer that. Your buddy needs help with the GAC stream. Good luck, says Dojamoto. Appreciate that, man. Have a good one. Shadow says, I hate everyone placing the Rolo FDC. I mean, only one team. Welcome Player Zero says, for those of us that won't R10 their roster day one, would you say they would be the best R10 teams or solo tunes? Too soon to say, and anybody who's really giving you solid advice on that is doing you a disservice, because we don't know. We don't have detail about what Relic 10 will bring. What we can assume is that it will give you some amount of mastery, like every other level of Relic has, and some amount of survivability. Whether that is health and protection, like Relic 9 was, or, unless you were a tank, you were generally only just getting health for Relic 8 and below that you were adding on. I would say that just knowing about the survivability and the mastery makes Lord Vader himself and then his dark side clones pretty interesting candidates to be as far as like a whole 5-man team goes, pretty good beneficiaries. That skill. R10 Ezra's a fine choice too. Yeah, I see that from Schnookums. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, Ezra probably does deserve R10. I think that's a safe bet, just on the very little we know. So think about mastery, think about survivability, and yeah, Ezra would rise to the top of that list. All right, let's see how this goes. Yeah, Drogan. Lady Geek, hey, thank you for subscribing to my channel. Appreciate that. Pleasure to have you. Okay, we make it to stun. We make it to stun. Okay. Targeting you, and then you stay stunned. Good. With the stunnings. Okay, we gotta try to pipe him, yeah? That's bad. Whenever you do anything, this guy will be stunned, so I'll take that. He's turning here. To that, yes. Could be stunnable here, so I'd be remiss to not try. That wasn't good. Okay, so you're gonna heal up and stuff here. Well, it's alright, we're gonna have to take this to a later point in the fight. That doesn't feel good, I don't like it. You won't be able to... Yeah, I bet. You're amped. You're open. We go for it? I don't feel too bad about that. He's available to stun now. Good try. Almost lost our boy there. Can't have too much of that, got to say. Gotta do this. Oh boy, is that whirlwind avoidance timely there. And I tell you all about it. Ooh. Target her. All in. Come on. That's a good one. So the question is, now can I control the fight and time us for another ultimate to finish it out? This is where things can get a little rough. There. At least call R2, which I would happily take. Bat bat. Okay, no bat bat. Stun? Boy, you've been generous on the stuns today, my friend. Okay, we are still not quite where I want to be. But I'm worried. R2's looking dangerous. Friends. Situation grim. We're almost there. Stay on target. Go on. $55 will have to do. Okay, 55. That was pretty tenuous in a couple of spots. Okay, Bane was the reservation for this. I can check and see if Set is worth taking along for the ride. Why? Why red? No particular reason. Why? Alright, Sass it is then. Sass wasn't needed for any. No, I don't think so. Alright. Balin is an open agent now that I think about it. That'd be an easy way to trivialize that color into Balin shit. The path. What are they doing? I don't know. Who's Traya for? Traya might be good. And here we be. Radis, really, 57. Tell me about it. Rolo. I guess I should specify. Rolo is CLS, really? Talk to me. Ration. Might pen that in. Tell me more. I think I can accommodate. Crit damage, crit chance. Yeah. What's the next hardest fight? The Aphra is not yet plotted out. Let me check the chat with you guys. Could have been a 56 plus Drogan. Second heals everyone who has Drogan buff. If you want to spread it to everybody, in a second special spreads as well. I know we already gave it to our. Yeah, it does heal though. Good. I just recently. I'm sorry. Where was gonna. Gungan's plunk that though. Yeah, Gungan's 7. Thought as much. Do it that way, and then Aphra. Aphra might actually be the better fit. Now, about it. Not a lot of these. Judge off. Bane, DRZ, other Aphra is a mirror. Great Mothers, ETMG, really? Talk to me. Bulked out Kron. Not a bulk on. I'll pen it in as an alternative, but yeah, like the speed debuff would be, or the offense debuff would be really significant. Whatever I'm doing, don't drop. Alright, so this one is going to just be Bane then. I closed that earlier on Ahsoka. This is what I wanted to see. All these outcomes that are 55. I think he had turn. All right. That means that there's an opportunity for Wampa. What am I doing for gas? JML comes to mind. I mean, it'll be easy. Still, anything slick that I'm not thinking? Oh, man. Insufficient. All right. I don't think I'm gonna need, but if that's the case, let me prove that to Reva. Here we go. Back from ads. Oh. Fine start. Good. If you don't do that first dispel with Seventh Sister on Reva like that so that she has the foresight, you can just lose her there to Spirit. Won't be me. Not today, Satan. there anything slick for a Jedi Master Mace that I'm about? I was otherwise just going to do Sith Eternal solo.
What's up, Senor Cookie Pants? How we doing?
Hey, TJ. Not no drops yet. So
Yeah, I've been
far, so
watching.
good. We're doing it.
You are doing things and
Oh.
stuff.
What I'd be looking at otherwise. I don't have Traya. Take care to do. Might be actually. Try somebody. Awesome. Let's do the Tarkin fight.
Wow. Playbook just went live again. That man's schedule really did change.
Who just went live?
Fatal.
Wow.
He's been done it 2 days in a row. Yeah. Third day in a row, that man is gone.
Big that.
When he was talking about he had to change his schedule, he was not playing.
Oh. Good for him.
Just wild, man. The times we live in. He's not going to go 20 minutes before the close of GAC.
Yeah. I want to say I did this with like some crazy stuff. We don't have to worry about Cere. We already did that, so we could do this here. Try to like dummy them. Who else would I worry about wanting this saying Kron? Not Balin. TMG. I'd want bulk. I think this will do. We go boom. Hey Kim, how's it going? So far so good. Yeah, it is. All's going well. Did yesterday, I think. He's gonna immediately purge me, huh? Yeah, he will. Have it. I want to see just the ultimate firepower offer it. Yeah, that's more or less what I had expected. There's some ultimate in that firepower, DJ.
So I think I'm going to be doing that tonight. Spoiler: there's no Tuscans up front, but what I expect to be in the back is going to be that.
Oh, that's disappointing. I really want to see you.
Man, you yawning is always a good thing. Super excited. It always makes me feel good. Watching the streamer yawn.
Good. I'm glad it makes you happy.
I could just feel the
they
excitement
use
from the
phalanx here. Interesting.
Phalanx is usually the number one.
Phalanx with product. Well, I don't really know a lot about using Gungans against gas, so that's pretty thing I'd say.
Can't you just do, I was going to say, obviously you have your bros, but if you're worried about that in between, I mean, what are you looking for, I guess, a score? I guess would be the question.
Yeah, we got to knock out all the fights that we have to do, then talk about.
I was going to say, because you can just throw them all in front of it, and it's just like, it doesn't matter what you try to offset. The maul bleed just makes it where it's like nothing. Even if they try to potency check you, any of the stuff like that, they're just too strong with that hit.
With what? I'm sorry?
That's why I ask. So if I know you have your bros, and I know they're well modded, if he's trying to potency tenacity check you, maul bros, just doing the maul, if you're okay with like decreasing somewhat of the banner take, doesn't matter what that
check. What's the loss of banners?
What I've seen is probably max of 4. No, you still have everybody there, but it's
4 is a lot here. So
that's why I'm asking you what you care, if you actually care about it or not. If you're in a world where it's like, no, I need to stay higher than that, then I wouldn't take the risk. But if you're okay with it, it's like, nothing stops the maul bros on the gas setup.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, so I mean, I can always just Aphra versus Aphra as well. Got some BT1 thing. I'm pretty confident that I can just explode that. All right, Sith Eternal time. High health. What I've been doing? I haven't been using.
What's up, Arthur?
10 health, 65% deep. Nice. Who joined us?
Carthrick.
Hey, Carthrick. Glad you could be with us.
Yeah, just taking in the view.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on you guys' show earlier on Tribe Talks.
Yeah, it was good fun.
It was. No drops yet, Tim. Thank you for asking. We've been doing all right so far. Got to be about my business. Right? Takes a little while. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I need to. Little doobie. Love the ability block right on. Bet you have no added potency to you though. Okay, so you still have taunt, so I need. Let's drop it here. Yeah, that's the drop. Link you two. Now we just chill. Beat him up, I think.
You do have to love when people don't understand how Bo-Katan counter works versus Lord Vader.
Yeah.
Yeah. They
there are people who they don't understand that.
Yeah, my opponent put one of the previous set crowns that has I think it's the Vader crown that has 150% defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not going to stop Bo from just wrecking you with true damage.
Yeah, Vader ain't it. The 10% with high prot and stats boost, or just going bulk is your way to go. The 10% still actually does some tricky stuff.
Yeah,
but
no, for sure.
It's not. I mean, it doesn't do anything to BKM with Rolocron and any kind of relevant setup, man. If you've got any kind of relevance in your proper setup and everything's aligned, it just fades itself. But you have no more Rolocron then.
I mean, but 100%. Like, I don't think I've used the Rolocron besides Bo Mando and Lord Vader for like.
I have had a hell of a week on seeing some other things come up. that if I had Hero open my front wall, I'd be able to go into more detail. But what I faced and then what I set, there are other places for the Rolocron, and I'll include that as a spoiler. I have to face Rey, Ben, EEzra with the Rolocron.
Oh, that's interesting.
It is the pinnacle of Rey teams. If you go look at any other stat, if you go check Rolocron on there, that super setup, you have literally one good counter and everything numbers drop significantly.
Yeah, because the Rolocron, besides just being a massive, it's that crit avoidance, isn't it?
You got it.
Yeah, the crit avoidance on that is absolutely brutal on certain teams.
You got it, man.
Yeah, no, I've been messing around with some stuff. I'd love to see some of those things work in 5s. The Jawa Cron actually is like a legitimately great stat stick for this particular set.
It is a great setup. It is also the number 2 on the Rey team. If you go look at the order of comp, the actual Jawa Cron, which I know
you can talk. You're fine. Did you have to step away?
One of the two. Yeah.
Light aggro. No doubt.
It's a real thing.
We'll have to. All right.
Yeah, I feel like the Trench Cron's is a disservice in 3s, though.
Yeah.
I don't. With Gungans not having a meaningful defensive play, it's like anything Separatist on the board right now just gets walked over. The stats have a much better use in, like, name a team.
Yeah, it's fair. You once caught Major Wife Aggro when your wife saw you joke about Wife Aggro over Okarin? I can believe that. Who among us has not fallen victim?
You have to start backpedaling on those pretty hard and fast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not all women, just some, just other women, not like you women, but other women.
I.
Oh. Well, that's something you don't see every day.
What's that?
Triggered the instant defeat on Jar Jar's basic.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's a rare one.
I one-shot the Django and DI and was like, oh, well, that's something you don't see.
Fantastic. Just running through your own Grand Arena right now, then?
Yeah, just on the background, because they didn't leave me anything hard. So I'm just chilling.
And I should be back. Yeah, Mandy just felt like I get to go do that something for her before we get started, which is perfect timing task for you running later. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry. Anyway, I was telling Carter, the setup he did is basically puts it in. You only have one real shot. And I said a tough enough board. What's in the back is gonna be a little gift that I've been going through. Basically, what I had to fight too. So.
Okay.
It's gonna be fun. Yeah. I will tell you, Tass, because I haven't been able to show it yet. Sasha was gonna set it on you, if you guys faced, and it was gonna be like, it's a great option. I don't get to show it obviously, but but we'll be able to talk about it. About plotting and scheming.
Dig it. All right, we'll cover that next week.
Yes,
Snooper in the chat says, hello, Tassenix. First time live here. Just want to say, you're such a likable person and have a great and helpful content. Really appreciate that, man. Mostly try to keep it positive. If not positive, at least realistic.
I call it productive.
I'll take that.
It's a good time, man, but it's always productive. There's high risk play. There's things that are
Sometimes.
set up. I think it's good. It's good high risk play sometimes.
High risk play. There's dum-dums. There's something for everybody.
Oh, we do have to do some dum-dums, man. I come help with that plenty of times. What are we thinking for time, Tass? Because I know you're running.
Time. We're doing very well on time. I mean, it's almost 10 p.m. I've got, 1, 2, 3 squads left to kill?
Okay, good. I will be back. I need less than 30, I think, but I think we're good, right on time, especially since you get to do ships as well.
Sure.
So I will be back in.
Okay, yeah, you got a dip and you'll be back? No worries.
Yes, sir. Got to do a honeydew, and then I'll be back in. We're still good, though. No changes.
Business. Yeah, this CLS thing really intrigues me. I can't help but want to try. Do I have what they wanted?
This is the epitome of why I hate playing first. I there's so many things I want to try to see how it plays, but when you're going first, you're like, I can't afford banner bleed or unnecessary drops. When it's like, I've got all these teams in the wings, I can just crush this. But part of me really wants to know how that worked.
Very fair. I'm not going to use this elsewhere. I'm doing Radisson. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Let's take it for a spin. Really? Okay, so I want to do it. Probably. Go back. Healed. 3 moves, 4. Gross. Hey, that's a good one.
That's kind of funny. Wow. He is not wrong. Not that he would be, but the Rey, Ben EEzra, Rolocron. Basically, you have Slacker, and after that, it like everything drops below 30%.
Wow.
The only thing else that stands a decent chance is a Rey mirror, but if Slacker goes from different comps go from 100 to 80 to 60, and then everything else below that, the next best GL is 35%. Rough.
Man, this is slow going. I'm worried about it. Takes too fucking long here. We're about to have somebody pop off. Yeah, see, we're about to lose time. It's unreal how fucking durable you are. Why are you not taking any fucking damage at all? I want to believe in do. Really do. Policy. Can I take your turn meter? No, you weren't. That. Well, there's your prod up. Jesus Christ. Still to do. Buffs up. Hope it does something. Yeah, nah, we're gonna lose this. Incredible. Alright, well, it's a good thing that we got the couple banners we got. EA app just like full crashed.
Oh, delicious.
Know where you are, EA app? EA app? You know where you are? That is insane. It was still on. Still thought it was on. Okay.
I haven't seen the PC client crash in a long time.
Nah, it's just me spamming clicking, I think. Plus, all right, CLS I wanted to try. I mean, we didn't have to do that, but I wanted to. All right, let's do a quick bit of math then to make sure we're on the up and up. Yeah, I think you got a 16-15. On ground. Yeah. 16-15. All right, so at our plus 10 as well, so that's fine. So 16. Minus 948 minus 6 minus 6 divided by 3. I guess. I don't know. I don't know what I throw in. Put up. Wampa maybe? Leaderless. I feel like Wampa could probably get it done. Boy, would I feel like a silly goose.
I mean, your Wampa's got to be what? Yeah, Relic 9.
Yeah.
I'd be a little depressed if it couldn't power through without the Wampacron. Even with it or without it, should be.
You would think.
Yeah. Crosshair's surprisingly hard to pin down, and Wrecker,
It
even
wasn't
at low
even
relic,
him
can
at
just
all.
tank
Yeah, he just
yeah.
refused to take meaningful damage.
No one would be completely surprised if there was a bug, so.
Yeah, so he's recovering health and protection for attacks out of turn.
Yeah.
Game. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. He's a pretty tough dude. Alright, anyway. 147 divided by 3 and get an average of 49 evened up, which is why I want to take this out real quick now. That leaves my ironclad on what I'm doing for you. Yeah, JML. Put a Jedi cow, I guess. Protection, that's fine. This. Oh. $57's all the better you can. Okay, depending on feeling what I'm feeling like. Now 147 minus divided by 2. Get a 36. So 6 at 4 to be up on. That we know we won't drop on. Very high banner. Let's see what's there that I'm not thinking about. Yeah, I mean, Traya would do it, I would imagine. Yeah, I would say the absolute. Not wanting to risk Wampa. Yeah. Seems like a fair call. Way we. Was this with purples? It was. Yeah. Hey, this is the most crit damage I have. I imagine somebody was supposed to be dead. No buffs? Nothing? Really? Terrifying. 5, 4, 3. Better get this. Okay. Was about to say now. Yeah, still good. All right, we're up a couple pennies going into fleet then. Less than I would have liked, but it'll have to do. Alright. Executrix. Home 1 and negotiate. So, how do we want to do this? I guess Profundity taking on Execute. Against Home 1. I don't know. What are you guys doing out there?
Oh man, I'm not a good person to ask.
I've got Executor, and I've got. Executor will definitely. You'll lose banners going against Negotiator like that. We do have Chimera, but we don't really have the Empire fleet, or do we? No, we don't. Down. Be like a Negotiator versus Negotiator. The alternative would be like Executor on Execute. So we've got 1 week of data. Let's have a look.
What was the third fleet? It was Negotiator, Rebels, and
Execute.
Okay, Empire.
Executor, okay. 74. So we can probably just audible Profundity over to Home 1 Negotiator. Good to know. Like that. Banners wise? Okay, Home 1. Really? Kind of cool. Cool to know. Negotiator 74. Yeah, I've done that. I don't prefer doing Negotiator and Execute. Okay. Can't believe Fatal's live. Incredible.
Yeah, there's quite a few people going on right now.
Oh, that's distant.
Yeah, I feel like if you want to do the good old Rebel surprise with the B-Wing, which is basically just blow up as much of the board you can in opening salvo, you're going to probably want to push Ghost over Piston, because lighting up 2 target lock.
I've seen.
Yeah, I switched out the Cassian and Ghost and then on my starting lineup, and then going from there.
Good to know.
Because it just deals more. Well, that is a
Profundity or Executors. Get this. That's good to know. Then Negotiator. I'm usually using Chimera versus that. Starting off with one. Yeah. Okay, wow. All right, well, it sounds like my wife's just about to tuck my daughter into bed, guys. Why don't we take a couple minutes break, and I'll wrap up these fleets, and then we'll get set up here to do TJ's Grand Arena when he's done getting those last couple honeydew items out of the way. Back in just a couple minutes, guys. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, folks, we're back. Funity versus Home 1. That's an easy 77 or 76 if you bring Rogue One. Yeah, got that. Yeah, it's mostly about what to do with the negotiator. Full compliment. Well, has he been setting this? Last week. More or less, yeah. That's how this guy solved it. Got this. Yeah, execute tricks. It's never bad. All right, that's fair. But I guess it would be negotiator that I'd have to try and run here, wouldn't it? Let's just go in. Better. Probably go. I had to guess. Excuse me. Our meat asks, how high are you in the GAC leaderboard? I'm in the top bracket in the game. So. I feel like it's got to go against Gauntlet. Vin says, "Hey, boss one, good to see you." Sorry for the cough, guys. Vin Altabi. Regarding going first in Grand Arena, would you like it if you couldn't see the points your opponent managed to get? Kind of like that the board is only revealed after the attack phase. Would be more fair to all. Fog of War. Yeah, people have talked about this many times. I'm game for it. Scared by it, I guess. Before I pull the trigger.
I'd be happier with it. Just as a way to obfuscate that play style a little bit more. Well, that's hilarious.
What's that?
If you have Biston, or not Biston, but Biggs in your reinforcement, it'll prioritize that over B-Wing.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Which makes sense, but it's still funny to have that jump out first instead of, B-Wing.
Yeah, it is.
Just a
negotiator doesn't look good here, so I think I have the right of it. I'm not familiar with running this, but we're going to find out together. My instinct would be to not have our debuffs get clamped off by Gauntlet. So if I can focus down only one, let it be. Yeah, God help us. Here we go. Gonna forced. So it has to be all or nothing. Gotta be one. Come on. It's fine. You gotta give me this. Would have been better if they didn't get to participate, guys, but you know. Take it. AoE. Do that. Also kill. Take it. Head. All in now. Oh, that's fucked. Still pretty terrifying here. Yep. I've already done your... Gonna hit hard now. Who on? Probably you best. Take that. No crit. Feels good. Not having Valor, I'd rather just take it. Target you, hammer. This isn't really helping to bring you out. You're more of a liability. Take this. Basic, and you're done.
Alright, I'm back.
Well, hi, diddly. Oh, there. Neighborino.
The fuck? Yeah, sure. Yes. Hey, diddle your hoe. Neighborino.
How dare you? That was my mother.
Well, somebody's got to get diddled.
Welcome. Welcome back. And we got the 74 we were looking for here. So, good.
Is that where it's at right now? You down to the last points and making sure?
Last two fleets.
Does this make it for a tie, or does this make it you're up by a couple points?
We came into this a couple points. We'll tell you exactly where we're at. Just a second.
No, you're good, man. I can go back and watch the VOD. That's the great thing about having VOD access.
All right. Mark the... So, go 5-8 minus 1-9 divided by 2. I need to score an average of 73.5 to tie. Fortunately, we have Profundity and Executor. That's 2 fights, and I am looking them up. Absolutely. All right. Profundity 97, 70, 100% for 72. So that's not. Why 74? See, this should be 76. Okay, fine. Yeah, I would believe you. Okay. That's probably that. And then negotiate. Best banners? Yeah. Executor. Okay. See that this is 70, which is incredible. 77, look at that. Alright, just the 4 ships then against Home 1. Can I win this? Yes, man. I think I very much can. It is a very doable thing. Because he had 1 drop as well. It's type. Okay. Hammer out Raven's Claw if we can. With a pain in the ass, otherwise.
Yeah, he's going to do the most AoE damage to burn your banners.
Yeah. Into the fray. Wow. So much fun. Okay. Who after first? Probably Raven. He who shit I want to deal with least. Today. 2 ships. Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to participate at some point. Alright. 76. That's a good one. All we need to score is a 72 win. Instead, we will take a safer course. Pretty incredible. This was doable. I don't need to stunt this hard. Yeah, so a 75 is, wow, a fairly traditional prize. This I would expect to get it done. Yeah, 4. I could see this. Battles this way. See how I can go.
Are you still dying, Tass? That's
Yes.
the longest death I've ever seen.
Yes.
Must be like a Detroit thing.
I'm just a plague rat. That's all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're just literally just carrying on with your diseases.
Yes. Short answer is yes.
Yeah, good thing there's no craziness, no acceptance to that part.
Hmm? I gotta start getting. It is. Just straight up outlasting. Okay. Good one. Yeah, but you're. Yep. seen why it works. Believe in the cause.
It's because you brought only the people that matter.
True. I'm gonna trigger a bunch of. Oh, be enough out of you. So far, so good. Or not. Does. What do you give me for my trouble? 24. More than what was required. He said confidently, yes. 4 banners. Had him the whole time.
The world we live in.
I mean, I made I'll be honest, I did CLS against Fugitive Omega, and I didn't need to, strictly. Didn't have to.
Sounds like my round yesterday.
Yeah.
I had to try a Wampa where I saw it was like it's a possibility and then didn't work. It's like, yeah, I had to try it. It's my fault.
All right. Well, first of all, as always, GG to my opponent, Kaptn. Second time seeing him in a couple weeks, and I'm happy to say I've won both of these, but you know how it is. Any given round, something can happen. As far as my defense, I did review it in full at the start of the stream. So we'll go ahead and do the summary of my attacks and then get ready to stream TJ's round. As far as bottom front goes, against his Traya, Nihilus Savage, we did Jabba solo for 59. Against Reva, Grand Inquisitor, Ninth Sister, Cere, Malicos, Starkiller, 56. Against Jabba, Chrysanthemum, Boushh, JMK Cat Mace, 57. No muss, no fuss. Against Pirate King, Silvo, and Vane, we use Slacker, DRey, FOSF for 57. Lord Vader, Appo, CX2, BKM, Grogu and Bam for 54. In the back, against his Rey, Swolo, Exile, EEzra, Lay Drogan R2 that felt a bit dicey. But we managed the fight, got it done, 55 banners. Against his Fugitive Omega, Crosshair, and Mercenary Wrecker, I saw somebody pulled off CLS against similarly Relic team. It's a kind of a rare opportunity to fight Relic 7s. And so I was thinking, I wonder if CLS can actually handle it. We got rid of Fugitive Omega quickly enough, but just absolutely stalled out on taking down Wrecker. It was miserable. So in the end, Crosshair got freed up to start landing things, and people died. Nevertheless, Fugitive Omega went out the door, cleaned it up with Traya, Nihilus, Savage, 36, total of 37. Against his great mothers, Morgan, Spirit, we used Reva, Grand, and Seventh Sister for 57 banners. Against his Ahsoka Tano, Huyang, and Watt, we used Bane, Sass for 55. And against Kelleran, Jocasta, and Xeris, we used Balin, Shin, Marok for 57. Up top side, against his Finzori, Rose, Nass, Jar Jar, and Tarpals, with the highest crit damage cron, with turn meter that I could spare, 57 banners. Against Gas Rex 5s, JML, Jedi Cal, Hoda, 57. Against Tuskens was Tarkin, DCT, Scorch for 57. Against Jedi Master Mace, Depa, and Temple Guard, Sith Eternal, Solo, 59. And against Aphra, BT1 and SM33, we did an Aphra Mirror, BT1 000, but only got 50. And if you're just getting here now, in fleets, against his Executrix, we did Negotiator for the first time, 74 banners. Against Home 1, Profundity, with just Rogue One as the reinforcement, 76. And then Negotiator, we used Executor with only, Xanadu Blood as our reinforcement. So Houndstooth, Punishing One, and Razor Crest up. 74. And that's how it's done. So again, GG to Kaptn. And how you feeling, DJ? You about ready to get rolling here?
Yes, sir. Honeydew is done. Ready for the game.
Okay, let me handle my Twitch payout for people.
Yep.
Whose outcome was 1 or less, so the 1 or less have it today. I see Swoggle player redeemed to hydrate. I appreciate it, man. I'm dying over here. Ugh. All right. So yeah, Karthrick, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out in the weeds.
I think I hear your fan, TJ. Or something.
You hear my fan?
Something.
This fucking guy. God damn it. Supposed to do be hot? It's bullshit.
Just sweat.
Probably don't hear it now.
Sweat.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to inconvenience you, but by the way, that noise is icky. What a dick.
So yeah, TJ, we'll let you. We'll do all the normal introductory stuff for you, but when we're actually getting into the fights, if you don't otherwise need help with it, Karthrick had some, latest thoughts he wanted to share from his time here in the test program for Relic Delta, and I know people want to hear.
You know how I do it. I always keep it conversational, and to me, Relic Delta is more important. Even talking about what we're gonna do, so the help is not. If we're doing it, I can go top down. Like, I've already got figured out like the top 10 of what I'm gonna do.
I'm saying you're my guest, and your GAC is the priority, and Karthrick agrees with that thought. And
I think that's bullshit.
We're gonna put you
Relic
first,
Delta,
but I want you to know that we're gonna be talking about it. Yeah.
Dude, you already know how I feel about it. I feel like that's strong, and conversation is key. So I always want to bring in more than that.
Let me see you on screen yet here?
I have not, because you usually go through the top downs, which I've already given you, and unless we're skipping all that and right into the good stuff, in which case I can do that.
I've got your stuff here. We can do that for you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you. And also, if you want to do another one of the payouts, what it's going to be.
Yes. Yeah, let's go ahead and set up new prediction here for TJ's sake. So what kind of odds you want to give to people?
Oh, dude, good for him. So we'll go ahead and do. I kind of set myself a little struggle, so we'll say 2 or less, 3 or more.
Okay. The prediction is live. I swear, I've been having lozenges and tea with honey and stuff. Like, I just can't shake the little scratch there, right there, center of my neck. I can't do anything about it. All right. DJ 5270 up against Hero Saga. Yeah, used to be our guildmate back in the day when we were all in the Vanguard.
That's it, man.
Good times.
There's an old guildmate.
But yeah, TJ of Monochromium versus the degenerate TW cheating guild, Caw Patrol. A guild for whom no advantage is too ill-gotten. Yes? All right, it's rank 99 fighting rank 102, so it's a top 100 match fighting for their place. 15.6 million on TJ's side. Versus Hero Saga's 14.7 million GP. Top 80 GP 3.16 million to Hero's 3.09. TJ is 429 Zetas to Hero's 414. GAC Omicrons 88.77. Yeah. All right. Top 80 average speed. TJ's 164 to Hero Saga's 160. All right. Reasonably close. Mod analysis plus 25 speeds. TJ's 257 to Hero Saga's 240. 20 to 24 speeds, it's 376 to 421. Hero's advantage. Plus 20 speeds, it's 633 to 661. Again for Hero. Plus 4% offense mods, it's TJ's 90 to Hero's 225. And then plus 6% offensive mods, TJ's 32 to Hero Saga's 72. Honestly, TJ, do you even try to cultivate offense?
No, man. I just look at it and just think, how can I be better? And just be sad. That's number one thing, is just try to be sad.
Fair. Our meat says, what are your thoughts on Relic Delta? Once we get through this intro and stuff for TJ, we'll definitely be talking about it at some length. And you'll get our thoughts in full. Don't you worry, our meat. Got you covered. All right, Relic analysis. TJ's total 2,360 levels. The Hero's 2025. Relic 9 characters. TJ's 84 to Hero's 53. Relic 8s, it's 115 to 61. Relic 7s, it's 85 to 101. Datacron analysis, total rerolls. TJ's 156. The Hero Saga's 264. Level 9 Datacrons, 51 to the opponent's 45, so that's pretty close. 6 to 8s, TJ has 0, Hero has 2, and 3 to 5s, TJ has 18, the opponent has 5. Alright. You all can browse TJ's stuff here on the left. I'm mostly just going to cover heroes here on the right. We've had TJ here as a guest anytime. So I think you guys largely get. Pretty nice Rey, honestly. Over 200,000 health, over 500 speed, over 13,000 offense. That's serious business. All right, yep. All this looks pretty good. Wow, incredible. You were Delta Kindness. He does not have Pirate King Hondo.
You got it. Now I'm going to tell you something, though. Hero is a player who doesn't need to have Pirate King to be going to the top. So to the point you call it kindness, he's earned his stripes, and I do not take that lightly at all.
Hero's a great player. Good to see he's still active. All right. Everything here in the meta characters is pretty solid. Like his DRey modding. Good. All this looks fairly regular otherwise. Okay, TJ also sent me over the Omega Bot report for Hero Saga's last week of Grand Arena history. So we can see that, usually attacking within the first, 5 to 9 hours of the round. We'll finish up later, perhaps. Actually, very competitive mod-wise. TJ's a little short between, 15 and 22, but otherwise it's pretty much neck and neck. Really competitive. What's Hero missing that TJ has? Admiral Akbar, Asajj Ventress, Chief Chirpa, Darth Talon, Director Krennic, Luminara, Night Trooper, unironically, nice stat. Princess Leia Against All Odds, Rose Tico, Starkiller Boundless Force Throw. Alright, so Barrel Chuck he doesn't have. And then Tusken Chieftain. So basically the ones he doesn't have, with like the exception of 2, are kind of garbage and not really worth it anyway. Alright. Banner efficiency. So this guy is overwhelmingly posting 57s. He's doing it about a third more often as his opponents are able to score against him. More than twice the 54s, a dead heat for 55s, more than twice the 56s, dead heat for 58s. This is a guy who's doing efficiency well. If you're going to be doing efficiency player stuff, it's not enough that you score 57 plus everywhere if you're of that mind. It's that they have to score less 57s against you. Or God forbid, you can't enable them to 58 and 59 your stuff. So that's the balance to walk. All right. Hero Saga's defense this last week was Rey, Swolo, Exile, Ezra, followed by a Hux team. Interesting. Kaptn Athano team, Qui-Gon Jinn, Grand Inquisitor, Reva, Jabba, Jedi Master Mace, Newt, Tusken Chieftain, Slacker, Tellerin, Captain Enoch, Rey Swolo without Ezra. Okay. He'll mix up a few after that. Executrix, Malevolence, and Executor on defense. Yeah, I think Executor's dead for me on defense, guys. I can't justify it. I just can't. Not happy about it, but where we're at. Okay. Defenses by zone. We might expect to see bottom front Rey Swolo, Exile, Ezra, Hux, Qui-Gon Jinn, Jedi Master Mace, and it's kind of your pick there. Just about anything. All right, Botafogo's going for Hero Saga. Hero Saga's a good dude.
Hey,
he used to be in my guild, Mutiny. Okay, yep. Yeah, he
that's
says
an
sorry,
OBD
sorry,
player.
TJ, he says.
Hey, that's a brother in arms right there, man. For me and for Tess, that was we had a long thing going when the TW was actually active.
True. All right. Offense used by Hero Saga last week was Wampa, DKM, Sith Eternal, Lord Vader, Malgus, Leia, Great Mothers, Traya, Balin, Maul, JMK, Slacker 2 out of 3 rounds, Gas, and Gungans. There, whatever else was. Leviathan, Negotiator, and Profundity on offense. Fair enough. Teams faced by Hero Saga. So he has dropped on Rey, Swolo, a Saw, a Qui-Gon, a Fugitive Omega, a Tarkin, a Pirate King, and a Lord Vader all season. Which, you know, for being an efficiency player, it's a little handful of drops, but week one's always tough. All right. How we doing on that prediction? Armin says, LOL, how do I get Tassenix to play my Erodium 3 GAC when I'm at 6.4 million GP? I'm dying out here. Yeah, man, I don't miss the days. I don't miss the days when I was in the mid game. It felt bad because at that time, this didn't happen often, but it would occasionally happen where I'm fighting with somebody that had like +2 GLs on me, and I could occasionally win those, but that would be the exception. It was a tough time. I hear you.
I always have a hard time trying to help mid-game players because the context is so lacking for me. I'm like, half of what I would recommend doesn't work because you don't have the key characters, you don't have the right modding, some of that counter data card dependent. I'm like, my knowledge depth is there, but not helpful.
Yeah. And it's nice that, you know, I'll get the occasional nice YouTube comment from somebody that's a mid-game player saying that something helped them. It's always a welcome surprise because, yeah, I feel like you. Like, if I were to give regular advice to somebody in the mid-game, it would just be me talking out of my ass. Like, what do I know about mid-game? It's been like 5 years since I was mid-game, let's be honest.
Do you even own a single mod set that can get that character to that speed threshold requirement to go first? It's like, good luck.
Yeah. All right, let's check the prediction here for TJ.
I think it's heavily slated one direction.
Yeah, 100% of points wagered went 2 or less, so we'll find out. The people are with you tonight, TJ.
I was just say, I got some risk, so I mean, I appreciate it, but things have to work in order for that risk to be paid off. So we'll see.
I hear you. Well,
yes, I should already be sharing.
Quick. Let's see. There it is. Okay. There we go. TJ's up on screen. How's this look on OBS? Okay, good. All right, TJ, take it away. You know the usual. Cover in as much detail as you can, since your opponent hasn't gone yet. Tell us about your defense. Walk us through Hero's defense and tell us how you're going to begin. And I'm going to go fill up my water right quick.
We're good, man. So just making sure, because from my side, I see, I'm trying to watch it off of Twitch. So what I see is Tash's screen. So are you guys actually seeing it or not?
I see it, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay, see, I'm seeing it from behind because I can't watch it in Discord to see real time. All right, so looking at mine, started from the top. We'll go with my defense. So did Beck with the protection up. Darth Revan with the old school setup there. Nothing crazy. This is with the 2% turn meter with the Finn Zori. I will say I split off. I've been trying things out. I did Maz. I did not use the Kixcron. So I used the Quickocron, and I actually went with damage reduction. So in playtesting and everything else I've been fighting against it, trying to switch things up as we're going, so it's not too bad. And then did good old Balin, and that's set up with the Mericron. For the bottom, I have Reva set up with 7th and the GI Cron, so that's the long text. I did Fugitive Omega and set that up with some good stuff there. LV, and that's what I talked about before, but I did it with the 10% and the LV setup with extra protection just to try to push it off with some crit damage. Jabba with the Sorticron, and then I went with what I still think, depending on where it's going to be, as the top setup for Pirate King Hondo, with the OG Hondo Cron, the Pirate Long Text with Vane. All right. So where I talked about there's going to be some risk. So as people say, I always scout everybody, especially here. I'm going to scout him. Everything up front looks like what I would expect, and based on what he should be able to keep based on what I was setting, I think I know what's going to be in the back, but either way. So we have Grand Inquisitor with the 9th Cron, and that's the long text. We have Reva Split. That's what he's been doing for now, all week 1 as well. So that's with the 2nd Sister Cron. Then we have Adrad, and that's with the Adrad Cron. Spoiler, I'll be doing Phoenix on that. Then we have the Thano with the Hondo Cron. That is no joke, and I will be respecting that. Then we have Jedi Master Mace. Nothing crazy, there's nothing fancy, but at the bottom, and what we talked about where the fun is going to be. So Maz, and this Maz has nothing wild on it. There's no big level 9, so I think what I'm going to be doing is I might be doing Maul Bros here. I've been doing Maul Gungans, but I'm going to have to flip that. So we have Crew with the nothing crazy Cron, but because of the setup with Drey, I'm probably going to be doing Gungans. We got Jabba with his own sort of Cron. I will be doing Night Sisters on that. And what I was talking about with Karthik and everybody else. Rey, Ben, EEzra with the Rolocron. A truly no-joke team that you must respect, and I will be respecting it accordingly. Karthik, I think I had to leave, and I think you were talking about it, about the only things that are going to be the surefire.
Yeah, I went and was looking on .gg.
You saw what I was seeing, right? So
yeah, it's nuts. Like Slacker has 3 different win rates depending on the comp, and then after that, it absolutely tanks into the floor.
You got it, and you have to respect this team, and that's it. That's why I said this is the pinnacle of like the super comp, right? It's DC and team together are just disgusting. Spoiler, I'll be doing SLKR. I'm not playing with that. I absolutely walked in with 100% of, and again, he doesn't have Pirate King, but as you saw, you only have so many SLKRs, and if you can set this and the Pirate King Hondo is like a true just nightmare fuel, but you just need to make sure that you're also giving up a whole bunch of stuff depending on what they're going to do. Mm-hmm. And then he did Qui-Gon Jinn with Grandma and Temple Guard. I'm still going to do a Malgus, I believe is what I'm going, so that is the board.
That's kind of an intense concentration. I look forward to seeing that in action.
So, I mean, do we want to start there? Do we want to go right into?
Before you go, though, I want to double check your homework on something. I thought that Sorticron on Jabba was the one orientation you really didn't want to take Great Mothers up again. Am I wrong about that?
Not doing Great Mothers. That
okay,
is not
I thought I heard
Mothers.
you say you were, and I'm glad I'm.
No, Night Sisters. No.
Night Sisters, but different comp.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're rolling with the 52.
No.
I dig it.
Yep. No.
I got a 54
you're gonna go
for the extra. You're gonna go for the res at the end, like a G. Okay.
I did it. Dagger and I walked it through. Fatal's been doing it as well, so it's just doing my homework on the fight. But yes, I will be going.
I need to see.
Yeah,
this.
but that's what it's like. It's Night Sisters for this. That's where I said some of this is risk. Once I get past it, then we'll know where the 2 is going to be. So I respect the option of it, but it's like I might as well give you where it's going to be at because I still have to fight the Super Mama and her 2 boys. So I'll let it, Karthik. I know we're going to talk about it. And then we want to talk about the Delta. So I can either go into the one that's going to take the most concentration.
Start with that.
Let's do your fight. I mean, if you need input for this Slacker fight, let's have it.
It's not the input because I have to play. I still have to play it out. It does just because it says it's 100%. I still have to be aware of fighting it.
Well, 100% is relative too, right? Because there are 100% comps that win, but they're not like they're guaranteed. Like even those other comps can lose too, so it's not like there's still risk, I guess, is the best way of phrasing that.
Oh, this is going to be the all risk. That's why I said I have enough to clean it up, whatever it's going to be. But I've never done the fight. I've seen what's happening, and I've seen where it can fail.
Are you running Darkside Ray, or are you going full balls to the walls with just the spaghetti pilot and crew?
No, go look. If you go look at the data, go compare the numbers when you see Drey and then you see crew.
Oh yeah, no. There's one battle versus multiples. I'm acutely aware. I was trying to figure
That's
out
what
where
I
you're
went
gonna
off
go
of.
with it.
Is I went
Yeah.
because also you have to remember, do you have 100% damage? So it's like I have bulk and I have the damage immunity. So
Yeah.
when I looked at the data, this comp was the one that held the best. But again, the number is going to fluctuate.
All right.
Yeah.
And for this one, it's good. Basically, I'm just going to be poking and keeping. What Ezra doesn't get to play the game is the idea here. So when you're doing this, Ezra doesn't get to be a part of the game we're playing, and it should be okay. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the name of the game, right? And all things,
Yeah.
if Ezra doesn't play, you're just playing the normal fight.
Man, whoever had the balls to do Special Forces pilot and just Slacker and let that ride against this is.
I know.
That's
No, and this is where this. Yeah, so it's like I would also look at all the details for that, and as you saw, Hero, while I may have the more GP, you saw in the comparison how well he outmods me when it comes to quality.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's like, so what you're not going to do is disrespect that by saying, "Oh, there's 2-man." No, I won't.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
Yeah, it wouldn't be me.
And
Just with the number of offensive mods he's got, man, like you got to understand that those attackers are gonna be slapping.
Mhm.
I mean, even this, it's
he's
like
got some
It's
depth.
gonna hurt.
yeah, it's like it's ready to rock, man. He's not going to be doing nothing. So it's like, what would you do? It's like I've never fought this fight with this setup. I understand what the mechanics are going to be, but that doesn't mean anything else. But also, I would say, even when I didn't have it, my guy was still my dude came in ready to hit stuff as well. I didn't leave him out to dry.
Yeah, 100%.
True.
All right, so no ads, right? So we can go. All right,
That's right,
Well,
boss.
we'll do this, and then from there, it starts to go downhill.
Sounds
So
good.
let's figure this
Sounds
one
good.
out. All right.
I'm glad I started earlier.
It is a little late, isn't it?
And then we're just gonna. She's where she's at. No, I don't think so.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. That's to be expected. She's still not getting to play the game though. Okay. At 3, you're not doing shit. Mm-hmm. Oh, he thought he was going to play the game. There will be no playing of this game. Mm-hmm. 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 And
of the freebie stun. Yeah, good.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you could swipe that and double mastery siphon, but not a bad way to go, regardless.
right, I'm looking at the whole thing. So, guess what
No,
you
I
can't evade.
see it. I see it. But don't let me tell you you're wrong. It's working out. Looking at it, I don't know how you might have saved Ray.
I could probably see a world where I get rid of having to do a 3-man, but
You don't use her second special because that's what puts him under stealth.
yeah, I'm okay with the like I said, your dynamics of what I'm doing with the fight. I'll respect where it's going to be at because again, it's what I'm not showing that I'm excited for it to get to fruition. Trust me, if we could open it up and show, I have officially placed heavier than I ever have all season, is what I'll say.
Yes, it is a
And-
special guest, bonus special guest, Karthrick, joining us in the chat. I extended him the invitation after he had me, with him and Scribe earlier on Tribe Talks, and yeah, if he wanted to drop in, he'd be welcome. And he's got some stuff to talk with us about.
All right,
We'll get into
this is the next one, and then after that, I think we're just on to
yeah.
normal means.
Oh yeah, man. This one I really want to see. I want to see that banner perfection.
It's not a perfection. It's understanding where it's at, but we were able to walk it with Dagger and I, and then the pieces of where where it's at. I was able to push it back, I think, to a 54 or 55. No, 54.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, here we go. Oh, ads are on the way.
In a minute.
Nothing any better than.
We'll know whether or not it's Battleship sunk well before that.
Mm-hmm. Not a fan of that.
Stop it. Oh,
Not
no.
a fan.
You
Wow,
gotta
dude.
be
Yeah,
kidding.
that is the wrap on that one. So there's one right there. I told you. It's just, hey, it's what's gonna happen. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna have to JMK it. I didn't want to, but yeah, I'll end up having to JMK it. Okay. That's the risk we take, and I would tell you my Marin is properly modded, just for everybody's sake there.
So Tico
Yeah.
in the chat says, Task my Alderaanian brother, what is a solid / cheap Queen Amidala counter in 3 versus 3? No luck with Traya 2 times in a row and trying to save Bane. I mean, I don't know about cheap, man. I want to say in 5 versus 5, I remember gas working. I don't think that's a 3s thing. The next best counter, TJ just called it out for me, would be Great Mothers, and that's by no means cheap, but that seems like, outside of what you mentioned, unless you're trying to go even more expensive and go up to like JMK, something like that, I think Great Mothers is pretty reliable. Trey is only occasionally good for the reasons you mentioned. Turd Ferguson saying Saw. Maybe Saw. Saw could help
I've
you
saw
out.
numbers not looking too great.
Is that
and
Saw Rolo, though? I
the
mean,
party.
what kind of Saw are we talking about there?
Numbers don't look great right now against that.
Oh, well, so Tigo, if you do have the Great Mothers, then yeah, that's going to work. That's going to work. I mean, it usually works.
It's a
So
77% win rate on .gg.
We're going to go. What did I pick for this? So we're going to go with this here.
Oh, dig that. Okay.
All right. Here's that. This one. Looks like you have commercial stats. I'll go after that.
Yeah, that's cool. And then,
So
yeah,
this
once you kick off this fight, we'll start into...
Yeah, like I said, that one was a risk I had to take.
No, I respect it.
I was okay
good
with
order.
it. Yep. So now at this point, because now I'm just going to JMK the... I'll look it up. I just got to find the data to support it. But I'll end up JKing the Jabba.
Yeah, I can see this max health working out. I will say, though, I just did an offensive Gungans tonight, and I did it versus Finn Zori. I was grateful for crit damage.
The problem is, I think the 2% matters more.
I can see.
Let me go back and find it.
But would it? But does it matter so much more that it's the 2%, but you have like tank stats?
I'm looking now. Because what I thought I was going to do may have just changed, because I saw Gungans being the money maker here, but then I go and look at something else and it just swapped. Let me just make sure everything's aligned. Because everything he has on here is nothing crazy. And I'll just share it real quick. Because it's just FOTP and then... But like they're getting no... If there's no damage, then they do 100% more. Yeah, 100%. And then they're just still, they're just going turn meter. Yeah. And then they're both of them the same thing. But yep, crit damage seems to be the key. My only problem is I don't want to overuse my crit damage.
Yeah. Don't use your finest or your second finest, probably your third finest, right?
To be down. So probably here. And this should still be fine. Oh, we're back. Okay, good. So I don't want to risk it. That's what I need.
I believe in you.
Yeah, I have very specific needs, and that's what I'll say. It's like if I go too far, I'm going to be in a world of hurt.
You have a particular set of skills.
Something like that.
Oh no!
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Get it. You gonna just whoop that thing's ass yourself?
She's gonna definitely try.
But I am happy that you dispelled that offense with another light.
Something like that, yeah. Yep, she sure is.
And now we're using the Boomba. For real. Boomba. Oh, that's not good. Okay,
Yeah.
that's better.
That works perfect.
It was all part of
Had
the
it the whole
plan.
time. Yeah,
Master
dude, yeah.
plan.
I told you tonight's a risky one, man.
Jeez.
Yep.
All right. We're through your sweaty moment. Karthric, you joined us here, and you're telling me after we wrapped up Tribe Talks about some notes that you'd been preparing about what you want to pass back to CG, and I had to pause you and say, this would be great if you wanted to talk about it on my stream tonight, and here we are. Where would you like to start tonight?
Oh man, we can just kind of start with kind of the overview of where we're at, and then kind of work into kind of how I got to where I am right now. The biggest issue, we've been testing the Relic, the version 5 this week, and part of, in my opinion, what I think prompted a revision on Delta 4 and 5 was the way players can abuse the system, right? You can take in a character with a higher Delta level and just kind of use it to beat up on the nerds that you're fighting. And so I kind of spent a lot of time testing with that kind of stuff, and I've been doing a lot of stuff this last couple of days on testing different fights and kind of tweaking with the values and kind of just seeing, not that I can change the build, but just on paper, and trying to see what I can come up with that can kind of get the design intent that CG has for Relic Delta was still getting us to a point that's not completely like an overwhelming situation. So I had kind of put together some version 6 concepts of what I kind of wanted to do and move through, and so that's kind of what I had shared with you, and just was kind of venting some of that frustration with the testing, because there's just so much to account for in the system that it's not it's just so hard to take every team or every comp iteration and test it versus every possible team you could ever face, or every comp or every relic disparity. And so it gets frustrating sometimes to try to do a meaningful amount of testing in the environment and still report back that, hey, the house might have a little corner on fire, but it's okay. We'll be all right.
That's fair. Mm-hmm.
So,
feel free, guys. Feel free, guys, in the chat. Ask Karthric anything. We were fortunate enough to have Ranger on, who is a tester. Of course, Fatal's a regular member of the Plotting and Scheming podcast, and now Karthric. This is our third tester we've been privileged to have on the show. So feel free, ask your questions here, and we'll get them in as we can. Good job on that one, TJ.
Hey, could have been better, man, but it worked out. I need to make sure I save the Malik just in case he wants to do something shifty in the back. That was the idea. Otherwise,
Okay.
Malik would have
I
been
was
right.
wondering why you were so risky there, but I like how you handled it.
Yeah, it's specifically towards what's possibly in the back. Just like this one here, I have 3 things written out. It's either going to be Maul Mandos, which I don't know why it doesn't work. Thinking of the damage, right? So she goes in front, it's whatever. But that amount of damage you're doing should push through and just destroy that team.
I mean, maybe.
So
Yeah.
there's no dark side bulk. It's just basics and crit damage, crit chance. So the other one is Star Killer as a possibility, but then I'm worried about EP, even with the 400% versus the true damage, or I'm just going to go in with JML.
Okay.
My concern is if I give away my JML now, which is the safe bet, then I'm now into an even stronger fight, which is why I wrote up these 3 as the choices right now. So we can keep going. I gotta decide on what I want to do.
Oh yeah. You ruminate as you need to, but so yeah, Carther. So thanks for sharing that note about what's been frustrating about testing with the latest and greatest numbers. But I know I can't. I'm not going to put on screens these notes that you share, but that you've been summarizing and getting ready some really detailed feedback for your next round going to CG.
Yeah.
What would you like to share with us from here? Because I know you kind of have an approach you'd want to go about explaining this.
So for the most part, I kind of broke down the issue I'm trying to kind of tackle to a degree with then hopefully another iteration of the Delta is to try and tackle kind of some of the extreme ends, either direction of what the system kind of allows players to do when you're interacting with it. And so I had kind of worked in a possible new iteration of numbers that still align with what CG had stated in their version 4 testing, which is, the Relic Delta, the counters at Relic Delta 3 are supposed to be a struggle, but you can win. RD4 is where the fails are really high. You probably have a 30% win rate on average, depending on the team. And granted, that's an aggregate number. We're not looking at individual counters. We know plenty of teams that will still work at that Relic Delta level versus their typical counters. And then Relic Delta 5 is supposed to be like, the only thing that really works here are the gimmick teams where you can abuse mechanics, AI, or, whatever, turn meter trains, that kind of stuff, to be functional. And so that was the kind of the parameters I was trying to stick with on that one. And so then I kind of pushed out another version of numbers that I feel still adequately address that without being quite as sticker shock / like overtly punishing or overtly rewarding when you're using it to punch down. So that's where I kind of got to.
But like the 10-second elevator pitch is your latest analysis is revealing that punch down. So having less characters on the field but of higher relics enables an unintended consequence of Relic Delta that you don't think meets CG's design intention.
No, the fact that you can overinvest in a single relic character like an R9 GG and then leave your separatist droids wherever you had them, or as relic levels progress, you go to R10, R11, R12, and so on and so forth. You can use that as an exploit to a degree to be able to punch down in a massive benefit to yourself to where, it's ugly, but it's a guaranteed win. GG mopping up GLs like for breakfast when he has 100% damage modifier on his AoE is really nuts. And it only gets exasperated worse by characters that are meant to already take offense numbers and make them ludicrous. Malicos, Starkiller, Ben, Padawan Obi-Wan, Tarple, anybody that's got a big AoE or can deal true damage, having that modifier behind them really just makes them go through the roof on what they're capable of. And so part of what we're trying to rein in is that mechanic specifically, so that we don't have to go in and individually nerf attackers outside of the Relic Delta system, so that the way they don't overperform. Not that CG has committed to that train of thought, but that's what you'd almost see to be the knee-jerk reaction, that they would have to rein that back in a little bit, because any attacker that can mollywop the board, it's like even at a relic disparity, if you're fighting a team with an R9 gas and they have like a couple of R5s, you might blow away critical uniques through the AoE ability on the opening turn, and then be able to pick apart the rest of the team more cleanly.
Just a note here from Swuggle Player Zero. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of the testers for their hard work in helping to make Relic Delta work.
Well, we appreciate that. It has been less than thankless. You can't stick your head out much of anywhere without I can't tell you how many people have just been yelling at us to be like, "You'll just tell them to shut it down." Okay, that's not really constructive feedback, but okay.
That ain't gonna work.
You're just
All
a
right.
CG shill.
Yes.
There's 2 right there, Tass. So anymore, and it's
Yes.
gonna be a wipe.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's gonna be.
I told you guys.
A broken promise to the people.
I told you guys what I'm doing and what I wrote in. It's gonna be me trying stuff because I set heavier than I've ever set. So I'm taking chances. We're taking risks to see what it's gonna do.
I respect
Yeah,
it
but
because you said heavy.
But that's always fun, though. I missed that mentality. I walked away from it when I dropped into the 500s and wherever else, because I didn't care anymore to get scout and try hard about everything. But I did like that challenge of balancing how much can I set and get away with, and how much can I overcome with strategy.
Mm-hmm.
But I put it aside because I don't have the time with work to go through and do it, or not even that I don't have the time. I don't have the passion for it anymore. It might recircle, but it's just one of those things where it's not high in the priority list. So I'm comfortable where I don't have to think nearly as much, and just go rock beats scissors and call it a day.
Fair.
But anyways,
By all means, take us back on topic.
So what I'd kind of done is I'd kind of put together an option, kind of refining their current version 5 further, by just kind of focusing on the last 2 Delta levels of 5 and 4. They've already told us that they're kind of happy with where 1 and 3 are performing. And so we don't see a huge shift coming to those numbers. So I don't see that shifting much. So I kind of wanted to focus in on the other numbers that they had there. So for the most part, when you're looking at the damage reduction to when you're punching up, I put the numbers down. At Relic Delta 5, I moved it from 60% to 50% less damage, and then at 4, it's from 40 to 32. Kind of shifting it in a little bit to leave it a little bit more of a threat when you're punching down. You're taking a little bit more damage. You're more likely to get caught off guard than just be able to tank everything, which was one of the issues I wanted to address. When your Relic 9 attacker is unkillable per se, there's no threat to the investment.
Fair. The Sotico in the chat says, "I challenge myself by not scouting." Yeah, that's a legitimate way to play. I mean, Fatal does that. He sets a board. He has a vision for his defense. He's saving the bare minimum of what he believes he's going to need to clear the boards he expects to see out there, and then heave ho, and wherever the chips land. Fair.
That be it.
Ben Altabi says, I mean, and this is to you, Karthik, he says, I mean, to be fair to everyone, you could just say, don't do it, as so many testers have already.
I mean, and stop what? Like, as much as I want to get splattered by the oncoming train, I'd rather step off the tracks. So, it's like, I get where people come from with that, but it's coming. There's no way it's not coming, and protesting it isn't going to solve the problem, and it only hurts the tester program further by being that level of abstinent and defiant of what it's trying to accomplish. And I can't understand that. You've been afforded the privilege of being able to walk in and get a sneak peek at things and give your feedback back to a company that wants to listen to you. And all you're going to do is go shit on the conference table and throw your middle fingers at them. Like, come on. That is the most childish approach you could take to this. And people are like, yeah, but that's owning them. I'm like, homie, if you don't want to play the game, the door is right over there. Like, you can leave. You don't have to be here. Like, if you hate this company that much, go.
People think that it's just wanting to hand wave away their criticism to say like they're going to do it anyway. People think that if you make enough of a stink that they're not going to do it. People thought the same about Datacrons, and Datacrons happen. All right, and to Carthrick's point, and we've talked about this here on the couple of streams I've had talking about Relic Delta, but we didn't have the benefit of content creator test program, something to get, focused feedback, CG, from some of the brightest and best players in the game. We didn't have that at the time, and look how long it took. Basically, those first two sets of Datacrons were absurd, and it wasn't until the third Datacron set. So, what is that? Two full rotations of Datacrons, 4-6 months.
It was actually 3, because that's when they first launched Datacrons. It was every month we got a new set.
That was the other thing I was about to mention. Was like, I know the first couple of sets were busted, and then their original vision was that we would have 3 full concurrent sets of Datacrons. And we indeed had that in the very early days, and they heard our feedback, they felt our pain. It's like, this is just too much to manage. Like, imagine how much work you feel like you're having to do just paying attention to all the conquests, getting all your Datacrons made up just with 2 sets active. If you're a whale, you can participate in the beginning of the set that's gonna just be coming out, like a week ahead of everybody else. But your ability to participate in that should be fairly limited, unless you're just literally chucking thousands at it, which I have seen people do. It does happen. All this is to say, it took them months and months and months to dial this in, and it may well take some time after Relic Delta goes live for them to tune it, but it has to be the case that this effort with the test program is going to minimize that effort.
Well, in addition to that, too, though, it's like how far we've walked in from where we started is pretty goddamn astronomical, right? Like, we started at 25, 45, 75, and 95 going both directions. That's where we started. It's like, and we've walked that to our current iteration is 5, 10, 33, 70, and 150. Right? Like, that is a huge shift the other direction for a large portion of things. And I don't think we would have gotten that without a lot of the testers coming back and hammering on counters and teams and looking at feedback from the larger community. I find it absolutely baffling that we can sit there and have so many, tentacles out onto the community from Reddit and the Discords and individual content creators, and take all of that and provide it back to CG, and then people will criticize us as, well, you're not listening to the community, you're not listening to the average player, you only have the big people in here, they don't understand. And I'm like, who do you think we're like going to for advice? Like, yeah, I get it, I'm 16.2 million. I haven't played mid-game in years. But if I can sit and have a conversation with people and have that and bring that feedback back, I'm more than happy to. But to say that we're ignoring it is absolutely asinine.
I think that's the problem, is that most see it as the old school stuff, and also don't think that the other people testing and stuff like that really have the best interest at heart. And to me, it's like they did it the other way. They're trying to play telephone, meaning they're trying to get out data and go one stop, and then that data be consistent and then get out to the wider audience. E.g., exactly what they're doing. So everything that they've talked about and stuff like that, people coming in without no relevance in data, either they haven't been here long enough, which I would say there's a fair share of us who have been here since the beginning, wherever it's going to be at. But you really got to look at it from all aspects, and that everybody really has the best interest of trying to make this the best thing possible, knowing it's not a if it comes, it's a when it comes. And at least they're not trying to shove it down our throat. We got a last minute back end statement about what datacrons are going to be, and 2 weeks later we got it. They haven't even announced when we're getting this. They haven't told anybody else. They've all given up the same, I think it's like hearsay of either after Khmer or during Khmer or whatever. That's still months that they're saying that. And I think that's the earliest it's been talked about. But it just blows my mind.
On that particular point, we know that Relic Delta will go live during when Khmer is the conquest unit. So that gives us basically the 10 weeks, essentially, because his starts next Monday.
Yeah.
And that starts the timer. So it's got about 11 weeks. But we know the odds of them pushing out into the new year are pretty close to 0. So if I were a gambling man, I would say that this whole slew between Relic Delta, the Relic 10, economy improvements, all this stuff is going to wind up somewhere around the anniversary period. I think there might have been an inclination where they maybe wanted to get Delta out before. That's my speculation. Maybe early November, and then let the anniversary be its own thing and celebrate. Maybe they push it a little bit beyond that now. They let it come early December.
Let me just cut in just a sec. Just to remind you, TJ, you have to kill K2 before you can kill Travis.
I know you do, buddy. Trust me, you're good on that. That's not even what it is. Nope, trust me. The order of what it's got to be is, but you still want to control the fight.
No. Sorry. Back to you, Karthik. I just didn't want to see you get ahead like I did myself.
I'm looking just to make sure, because you are not wrong.
And I'm sorry, Karthik. You may resume
the
back half of your sentence.
No, you're fine there. But yeah, it was just one of those things where it was interesting to kind of see how those things kind of work. And we're talking about the date of release. I was on a different tangent in my head. So yeah, my guess to a certain degree is that we're looking at the earliest timeline about a month away, and possibly, at the far end, somewhere in 6 to 8 weeks. But I would be wildly surprised if this thing runs past when they leave for holiday in December. I would be surprised they would let it sit and stew. I think that would be a terrible approach for most of the player base. So my ideas are going to probably try to land somewhere between mid to late November with it, and then monitor the eruption, and then when everything kind of smooths out, they take off for Christmas is my general timeline. But I have no way of... we haven't been told yet. I'll phrase it that way.
Yeah. Let me catch up with a couple comments here in response to our conversation. So Vin was following up and saying, it hasn't. Well, I think that's a misinterpretation. He's saying to you, Karthik, this has nothing to do with being childish. And you were remarking that some people's, views, behavior about this is just childish. I don't think he was responding specifically to you, Vin. Just the idea about people.
Oh, no.
I think people writ large that are just saying, reject this change overall, as if that's really a viable solution. And I don't think anybody having a serious conversation about this thinks that telling him, if we all just get together and tell them to not do it, they won't do it. It's like it's not what's gonna happen. Man.
It's like trying to strong arm your parents in for a cookie.
But it's like how it gets presented, that we get to get in front, and that they actually want to hear from the people who want to test it. And so I was going to ask you, Karthik, I know Relic 10's out right now, right? And that still hasn't been tested, but have we started looking at other game modes? Is it just baseline you're in arena, or?
For right now, in the testing environment, we are still at Relic 9. We cannot test beyond that.
Sure.
We are basically testing everything right now that's being tested is GAC orientated. So they have set up a whole slew of basically galactic challenges that we can access different relic levels on. And then all the Omicrons are supposedly active. There are a couple where I have questions. Because like when I'm fighting Traya, Savage isn't getting his taunt, and you know the cooldown isn't happening, and there's like POW is able to attack the Gungans under protection when they have the generator up, and there are some things that aren't functioning the way they should, but for the most part, the majority of it is they gave us like 20 different teams to test against, all the GL except for Pirate King Hondo, and then you know, like Reva, Balin, Saw, a whole slew of teams that we can kind of run through and test against.
All right, because I'm going to slam you with questions, and this is the stuff that I want because I got you here. So the way it should be, right? It's like you're here, you get to say this stuff. So let me ask you this. Is Datacron at all being put into the relevance, or is it only just mods? Because I understand there was like, give us general modding, and they're saying like take your weakest or whatever from like I think what Fatal said and what Xerath and everybody else. Or are they including Datacrons to be a part of this test up right now to see what it's looking like?
So no, they are designing this system to be a baseline and then to allow better modding and Datacron investment to be a key advantage to the player. So if you're taking the time to do those things, you will overcome greater relic disparities because of that investment. So you're able to span farther with that, but you'll need to pick up the additional tool.
That's perfect. I'm glad to hear that they're saying go with this level, and then if you get more, you get more, right? Or if you give more to it, then it's going to work better. So that's how I would hope to hear that you can do it that way. Let me also ask you, since I got you here and we're doing it, because we know Relic 10 comes at the same time as Relic Delta, are they going to let the team actually get to test with it? Is there any discussion of that as you guys progress, or are we just
as it sits right now? No, this current playtest is specifically around testing the Relic Delta mechanic. So they are interested, for the most part, this is also a trial run of trust between the testers and CG.
Yes, first time in years.
So they are not giving us anything we're not supposed to have access to, because at the beginning of us, they basically outright told us anything that you're testing, you can communicate about. And so they don't want to inadvertently give us something that they're not ready to share. And then us go, well, you know, hey, it's in the build. By the way, here's the stats for these new characters. Here's the mats you're going to need, that kind of stuff. Like, that's what they're trying to avoid with that. So this particular play test is specifically designed to deal with Relic Delta and nothing else. So we have done some tests. We have gotten in arena shards. We're all in the same arena shard. So we're able to kind of get towards the top and test with Datacrons versus certain things. Some counters Datacrons help, some counters Datacrons don't really make a meaningful difference, unfortunately. I haven't been able to do a lot of meaningful testing with that in the regards of testing the newest numbers, because that kind of shifted things a little bit on what was working. But I've been doing a lot of focus and kind of working through the Galactic Challenge because it's a more stable environment and more consistent to test against. But yeah, it's that's all we're focusing on right now. If we do additional stuff, then that'll be a different play test, and they'll walk us through what we're allowed to share and talk about at that time. We're hoping that if this is a positive experience for them, and we kind of do our best to approach this even keel, that they'll be willing to share more with us and give us more sneak peeks and more access in advance to what we're looking at.
I have to say, because I got cut out for whatever reason, I was swapping over. The one thing I do hope, though, is I agree with the trust, and I'm not saying that I want you guys to have any inside information versus anybody else. But my hope is once it's released of what they're going to do it for, that if you're going to test this, you're going to truly test it. We've talked about the RD3, the RD4, what it's going to look like. I think you guys having that inside need to be able to test that as well once they release what the details are going to be about it. I get wait, because I'm sure they're going to go all the way up to the very end, trying to make sure that Relic 10 is the most effective for everybody as possible. And it's going to have that. But it's like, if you're going to truly let people test, and this is where I would call this productive feedback, they need to make sure you can as well, because what Fatal has talked about more times than not is that RD3, right? That the RD3 was about the average of where you want to be for things to be, well, how does that look for a 10 versus 7? Once they give the details. And you can't do that working on a Relic 9 if Relic 10 all of a sudden becomes what it was when we went 7 to 8, right? 7 to 8 was a pretty big jump. 8 to 9 was minuscule, but 7 to 8 felt pretty strong.
Well, 7 to 8 felt strong on very specific sets of characters, though. Like, it was definitely leaning into benefiting your attackers more, where 8 to 9 was a general stat catch up for a lot of characters, and then a massive stat catch up for the tanks. Where the reason for Relic Delta is to prevent an absurd stat increase with Relic 10.
But
that's what they're looking for.
But if 8 becomes 10, and we see that significant bump for those people that we need to have that bump, that's where it becomes important to make sure that we can test this. Let's go with Smee. Right? Smee goes to 10, and he has the health-based setups in that attack, and then him going to 10, and then he hits your Relic, I don't care, 8, and if that just decimates something because the damage isn't being, reviewed or what it's going to look like, those are what I want to make sure we're trying to look at, especially with the Delta.
Well, and so that's exactly what I've been spending the last 3 days testing, is the punching down mechanics of Relic Delta, so that you're not overclocking attackers that deal massive damage on the punch down, because they just can't rein them in enough to make them not just absolutely nutty. I spent most of the day testing like a Relic 9 Malicos versus Relic 7 squads, and that even at 10%, Malicos is just going like, well, you deal 10% less, I deal 10% more, but 10% more when I'm dealing 300,000 damage is racking up enough extra that I'm able to kind of go through and chew through you. I'm getting that extra damage. Yeah, I'm getting that little extra nudge I needed to be able to delete 4 out of the 5 in my first rock throw kind of thing, right? And so we've been messing with that. Fatal and I did some testing with the Inquisitors a couple weeks ago in version 4 at the RD3 spread, and that was something that he had brought up, because I was testing from 5 to 8, he was testing from 6 to 9, and he was seeing a noticeable difference in the gameplay loop that we were incurring, because they have more health, they have more protection, they have more mastery, they have this, they have that. So there was a lot of things that was giving an RNG element, where on some of the fights he was not getting General Kenobi killed in time. He needed an extra turn, which in turn meant that he didn't get Padme killed in time, which meant that when JMK got to his ult, it was, you still had 3 or 4 members up. And so when JMK ults against the Reba team, it's over, right? You lose GI immediately. He dies to whatever's going on, and then they start mopping up the other team members. And when they have that RD3 spread of an additional 33% damage, like, it doesn't take them long to chew through your supports, especially with no Datacrons. Current Datacron set, you probably wouldn't even notice the difference, but with just naked, it definitely changes things up a little bit. And so we've been looking at a lot of those things. My inclination says that the Relic improvements from R9 to R10 are not going to be, it'll basically be more bulk, and it'll increase the time to kill on some of those things. But I think it's going to be coming, you're going to get down to this point of like, which counters become the problem with that, and that's a very Ouch.
You did not expect that, man. There's my 3.
Athano,
That's what happens when
Athano-
you don't do your. That's what happens when you don't do your big hit to Athano when you could.
Yep. Well, didn't expect
You had
that
the
one.
opportunity to kill Athano and you didn't take it, and you got Hoda out. You didn't take it.
Did it the other way and it was just fine, Dagger. So just to
You
comment
fucked
out.
off this time, didn't you?
Shut up, asshole! Get the fuck out of here. My stream, dick. Go to your stream.
Dagger
No.
always chimes in with that
Mhm.
perfect 2020 hindsight vision. He's
Mhm.
come to take
I
you
was
to
going to
task.
come to do it, but you guys were having a conversation. Do you want me to just butt in and interrupt and tell TJ to big hit him?
Yes, asshole. No, I didn't expect you to do that.
All right, next time I'll do that then.
Well, normally, honestly, I would have normally done that, but like I said, I did it before just fine. I didn't have any problems with that one. So, of course, this round, I'm having all of the fun things that would go with it.
No doubt. Yeah, that was
Mhm.
that was interesting. People were there and then they were not there.
That's what happened. I didn't expect it, but it how it goes. So I get to adjust.
Yeah,
Have
let
you
me
tested on Carther? Have you tested on Relic Delta, not relicking up every character? Like, for example, relicking up the attacker to see if you could still punch across.
Oh, that's
an
what
R8
we.
attacker versus
that's-
an R8 team with R5 sides.
So that's what we were just talking about. I spent the last 2 days doing testing with like you max the attacker and leave the rest of the team at R5, and then see how far you can punch up. And so for like Omicron characters like Malicos and Starkiller, they can, as long as they can ride, like get to an ult or whatever. Like if Starkiller can get to an ult at an RD2, he just deletes the board. Malicos, it's like there was only 2 teams that stopped him at R7, and that was Slacker and Balin. And Slacker is because you can't get the crits out, and you just get CC'd into the floor. And this particular one was Cere, Crew, Cal, ATF, and Malicos. But then on top of that, the different teams like Queen Amidala with just taking POW all the way up, he can one-shot most R7 teams, or progressively just do enough damage to walk them all down. So there's a lot of abuse that can happen with the current levels that they've given us, and they only get worse the further you go down. I mean, like at R5, if you're at a delta of 4 with Malicos is going to kill whatever is on the board when he throws his rocks the first time, provided he can crit. If he can land the crit at an RD of 4, that character's off the board. So with different relic values across the board, it's the attackers carry a lot of the significance of the fight. When you're looking at, an invincible tank, I mean, that's attacking into something like that. That's harder to say because it's hard to get to the invincible tanks. We don't have a solo GL Ahsoka to test against. So it's like, I can't test Geos versus a solo Ahsoka because Geos won't survive the other 4 members long enough for me to even see if that's viable. But the majority of it is, if you are hyper investing in like AoE attackers, they will hard carry even if the rest of the team is lower relics based on the current delta values in their version 5.
Well, I was more thinking about it from the opposite perspective of the person punching up, right? So is the person with an R8 Malicos, for example, and R5 sides going to be able to kill another R8 team with their R8 Malicos?
Oh, no. Punching flatline, no. You'll have to still be your attacker still needs to be punching down. There's not enough there.
So if you're R5 and your Malicos is R8 and you're trying to kill an R8 team, you just won't kill that team at all?
Well, not that you won't kill that team. You're talking too broadly. It's very hard to say. There are teams.
Let's take Rey, for example. Let's say you have an R5 Cal, R5 Cere, R8 Malicos, and you're fighting against like an R9 Rey with an R8 sides, like kind of like normal. Is Malicos at R8 enough to bring that fight home? Or do you need the sides to be R7 for their additional damage?
So the issue you're going to run into is the time to kill on Malicos. The longer the fight goes, the more screwed you're going to be, because the Whirlwind doing 33% more true damage is going to start one-shotting a bitch. The all doing 33% more damage is going to start causing you a headache. So you can survive some of the initial salvo, but if you're not getting sides knocked out quick enough with Malicos's mechanics, then you're going to be back in the same boat. So that's going to be down to what squad you're attacking, what datacrons are in play, how well modded you are. You might be able to get away with it in some situations, but it's going to be much more, the longer the fight goes, the much more danger you're going to run into of getting absolutely just obliterated.
Okay. Yeah, I'm mostly thinking of it from the person who's punching up perspective, because I think for example, if you take your tank and your attacker to R8, I'm thinking specifically, just talking with one of my real life friends about the Bad Batch, because the rest of the team is just perma-stealthed. So what if Wrecker's R8, R9? Is that enough to win fights? Because they can't hit anybody else? Presumably you're taking a fight without big AoEs. Yeah,
so in that situation, depending on the relic disparity, if you're looking at like an RD3, so like let's say your Relic 9 Bad Batch are going into, Relic 6, then if that was, or just the R9 1, right? You just have an R9, Wrecker and the attacker. CLS is trying at Relic 6 is trying to attack into that. Yes, more than likely that they would run into a particular problem of being stuck on the tank, because the reduced damage of 33%, if they have no way to chip at percent health, and since Wrecker doesn't punishes out of turn attacks, there could be situations where certain counters are going to outright just fall right to the floor because they just can't channel through it fast enough.
Yeah, I'm mostly trying to think of like the person who has to essentially pick and choose their R8s and R7s to a degree, and will they be able to compete in a Relic Delta world just by targeting their R7s and R8s in such a way that they can still make a handful or most of their previous counters still work?
I would say overall the answer to that is going to be yes, that you're going to be able to pick and choose. But the caveat to that is some of your teams are going to have the floor brought up behind them too.
Yeah.
You won't be able to leave everything at Relic 3 anymore. You're going to have to bump things up a little bit. And it just goes down the rabbit hole. And this is what I was talking with Fatal about later. There are just so many iterations of counters to test and to go up against and to see what works, what doesn't, where the linchpin becomes in that counter to it being successful or not, that it's very challenging to go through and test all of it and know exactly why you win or lost, especially when what we're testing against has basically what we consider standardized modding. It doesn't have a modding that we can change, we can alter, we can ask for it to see if they can improve the mods. But the modding is basically we went down the stat line and gave them each, a percent increase, and then to reflect average modding, and then that's what you test against. So it's like some teams, if you can go first, hey, the counter works at RD4. Don't have to change a damn thing. If you can't, hey, you get obliterated before you took a turn. So it's just there's a lot of rabbit holes to go down on to figure out which counters are still going to work with what relic investment and everything else as you go down the line, because Relic Delta 1 and 2 is negligible. It's 5 and 10%. It's not nothing.
That's good.
But it's fairly negligible. RD3 is where you jump significantly to 33% outgoing damage and minus 25% damage being dealt to characters that are, 3 relic levels or higher. So with those ones, you start to see the linchpin of if you want those counters to work, your damage dealer needs to be kept staying closer. Like you might need if you're R7 UFUs and you're going against R9 or R6 UFUs, you're going against R9, you might need to bump Malicos up to like R7, R8 to be closer so that he's still doing that damage you need to get the kill in time. But it's going to be kind of there'll be a balancing act for mid-range players on which ones are the focus. But again, the floor will have to come up on some of the counters, and other counters, they may not ever ever be changed from that because they can just Terminator loop through the floor. You know, Zori, they're not going to change because they're not going to change how exposed damage works. So Zori teams, as long as you can get going, the counter will work forever and always. You know, Phoenix still works at an RD4 versus Inquisitors. Now, granted, if you lose a single daze at an inopportune time, you're going to have a really bad day because one AoE will blow up your board. But in theory, the counter will still function if you can get in front of it. And so that's kind of the hard to encapsulate every counter, because it's like CG gave a
Oh, your voice cut out. CG just, and then your voice cut.
Oh, I'm sorry. CJ, they gave us an expectation of what, you know, those Relic Delta levels are supposed to do for us. But certain counters are going to abuse that depending on who you're fighting. You know, a Relic 5 Leia team can go into a Relic 9 Spectre squad and still beat them as normally. It'll take longer. You're in the fight for 4 minutes and 45 seconds. You'll probably time out in a Datacron world. But because if you can get Jin to get the turn to R2 to get everyone's stealth before most of the team on the other side moves, you know, the AI is an idiot and it goes after Jin the rest of the fight, and you don't have to worry about losing anybody. You know, Spectre themselves, if you go against Jabba or JMK, since she ramps offense with protection up and those teams just spam it like a bitch, you know, you will eventually ramp enough offense to overcome that Relic Delta and still win even at a negative, you know, severely negative Relic Delta. And so it's hard to account for every single one. You will find a lot of the softer counters that rely on really good modding or damage are going to be the ones that kind of get eaten the shorts first, and then we'll find ways to kind of repair that and make things functional. There might just be hey, you got to be in with an RD2, RD3 of this to make that counter work again. So you maybe, you know, Rebel Scout finally makes it out of R3 territory and goes to R5, and the counter works again, kind of thing.
Good questions. Good ask.
Yeah, because that's the biggest thing I was concerned about is I want players to be able to win fights. You know, I want everyone to be able to do that.
Let me ask you, since we're going through it, I know I'm trying to focus on the same thing, but I'm going to be a minute trying to make sure I get everything. Are you guys, from a perspective of the testers, like taking different pieces? Like, so you're saying, Fatal, hey, you go test this. All right, I'm going to go test this today. Are you guys doing that, or is it kind of just a free-for-all of chaos?
Both, right? Like, so we have people that hyperfixate on specific squads, and we let them run out and do that. But we have not been given any direct marching orders of what to test, where to test, you know, whatever else. We test some things, we give some feedback, we got some adjustments. You know, CG initially just had the flat relic levels. They had then added some layers later that added mixed relics. So, you know, like on a Spectre team, they did the team at Relic 9 or GL Ahsoka at Relic 9, but then left everything else their unlocks except for Ezra, who was like R8. And so it kind of gave us a little bit of seeing on some of these teams how the disparity between things kind of work. But specifically, you'll get people that hyperfixate on one particular thing. Fatal's big kick for a lot of this has been Bo versus Lord Vader, and Zori and a few other of those teams. And so there's been a lot with that in the testing. And other players just kind of, it's counters they either gravitate towards consistently or whatever else, but it's there's no finally laid out like, hey, we want to test all the counters to Lord Vader, and everybody grabs a counter and does some testing, and then we'll do the same thing for this and same thing for this. And so a lot of this is going to be big picture adjustments, and I think partly it's to the player's benefit that it isn't that granular, because you allow some things to still show through the cracks and allow players a familiarity with what once worked and where the new system is now, and still being able to kind of bridge that gap without being so severely punished of just like, well, we've made sure that nothing works at RD3. We just put the numbers at RD4 and 5 to say, go fuck yourselves. But yeah, anyways, for a possible version 6 that I'm looking at, I'm hoping that we'll get one more version out before things go final, is I want to change the negative deltas from 40 to 32 and on Relic Delta 4, and then Relic Delta 5 from 60 to 50, because it's still pretty punishing. But the issue that we're running into a lot with the testing is that punching down is a very abusable mechanic. And so we're trying to kind of rein that in a little bit. So allowing more damage onto your player or be able to be dealt leaves it a little bit more risky. And then on the positive side of things, we take the +4 Relic Delta from 70 to 55, and then from 150 to 95, which is still kind of leaves us in the right spot. And still kind of achieves the overall goal. I'm kind of hoping we walk closer towards where those numbers are for final product. But as it's been stated right now, CG is fairly happy with where Relic Deltas 1 through 3 are performing. And so I don't think any feedback on that's going to change the needle there. So I'm really kind of hammering in and focusing on those last 2 levels on the outside edge and trying to rein things in a little bit to kind of respond to all possible angles you can kind of get, make it a little bit more palatable, but also, a little less able to abuse.
So what would the solution to that be from from a practical standpoint? Would it be just reducing the damage increase for relics? And if so, by how much do you think it needs to be toggled?
Are you... Elaborate on that some more. I don't think I fully understand your question.
Okay, so you're saying that you can abuse the punch down mechanic. So
Yeah.
I'm asking, what is the practical solution to making that harder? Is it reducing the damage output of the per relic level when you punch down?
Oh, on
And
the
if it
delta,
is-
yeah.
And if it is, how much would you want to see them dial it back based off your testing? Not saying they're going to do it, just where do you feel?
So my recommendations for right now is for a Relic Delta of 4. So that's, R5 into R9. I think the damage modifier going outbound when you are the +4 should be reduced from 70 to 55%. The damage that those characters are getting, especially the heavy hitters, it's already noticeable at 33%. It does not need to double to 70. It needs to step up somewhere in the middle of that. And that makes it harder for players to abuse that mechanic, because it's going to be hard to have a consistent RD4 Relic Delta of 4 in most competitive environments. You're going to have some of the early game players where someone with a Relic 7 Grievous is going to be fighting maybe some Gear 12s or maybe some Relic 3 teams, and they'll be able to take advantage of that. But a lot of the end game players, it's something that they're not going to be able to experience until Relic 12 comes out. And so part of it is, in my head, is that they curb the damage that's overall being dealt. It's still enough to throw off the counters. Like we're seeing that at Relic Delta 3 already with 33%, but it's not so excessive that characters that love that extra damage output, like Malicos or Starkiller, are just absolutely going to be in the position of wrecking teams because I hyper invested into one character and now I pressed my AoE button and you guys die. So for me, a lot of that, walking that in a little bit helps. But CG is still adamant that they want that level to be prohibitive. They want most counters to be down to a 30% win rate, and those are my words, not theirs. But that's kind of the ballpark they're looking for. Relic Delta of 3 is supposed to be about a 70-ish%. That's kind of what they're looking for counters to still be successful at. And then Relic Delta 4 is supposed to be that massive shift the other direction of the scale. And then Relic Delta 5 is supposed to be like, hey, if it's not a gimmick or you're not abusing mechanics or AI, these should quit working in totality. And that's kind of where they've given us. But I think we can accomplish that with less punitive numbers because, Malicos and RD5 with 100% damage can damn near go in and solo a bitch and just be like, well, I'll just delete your team for 59 or whatever, 69 is 5v5. And so part of that is you have to walk that in a little bit to do that. You're still going to get the end result of that. But the other possible solution that I've looked at for this system is to take the total figure and then split it into a split scaling system. So instead of just modifying outgoing damage of the attacking characters, you split it between an offensive percentage and a defense percentage, which lowers the total amount of numbers flowing out, but leaves the same amount of bonus that CG has given us with version 5.
Okay, then we have a question in the chat.
Yeah.
I actually already have this problem, by the way.
Yeah, well, let me read this off here for Carthrick. Have you heard anything about a solution for the conquest problem? Dagger clarified with him what he meant by that, and he's saying not being able to Zerg feats anymore. Like teams being too strong to get feats done.
I already have this problem, by the way.
So we have, this has been addressed multiple times. Actually, it's kind of weird where some of the testers get in the weeds on. I know Agnards is one of the guys who's been hammering a lot on the conquest side of things. There's been a couple others, but they've been really pushing that issue back, and they've seen our feedback. They've notified us that they are considering that. I think a lot of what they haven't told us anything about how they plan to address it. I'll start with that. The discussion that we're kind of seeing around with at least the testers is that they move away from like inflict X debuff X number of time, get kill with X character, and we'll move back to some of the grindy stuff. But if you can just auto everything down to 1 stamina, I think that might be a decent trade-off to making conquest tolerable again. But it's right now, we know they're reviewing it. We don't have an idea of what that is yet. We're hoping they give us something before the testing for Delta shuts down. But we at this time don't have a good answer for that. We just know that it's under review.
Okay, because I already have this problem until I get to like sector 5. Like the first 4 sectors, I can't farm feats till I'm at like 70 or 60% stamina, which I don't think is by design anyway. So if they lower it to where Relic Delta is just like TKOing this, the reason why I love Conquest is because I can use pretty much any team I want all the way through like sector 3. Mm-hmm. Like I can use Ewoks or whatever I want, and they just overkill everything. So I just get to have fun with mechanics. So yeah, I definitely am already frustrated with I have to put a team in on auto to go down to 70% stamina to just start farming debuffs or buffs.
Yeah.
So I really, really want this. Like Vince says, okay, thanks. Yeah, I really want to see a fix to this.
Yeah, it's been brought up multiple times, and a lot of people have said similar to what I've said, which is like they need to retool how they do feats to let feats be more about completing the battle and less about what you do in the battle. If they're gonna leave the system as it is with Relic Delta, where you just if everything's Relic 5 beyond Sector 1, then you're gonna just obliterate the board with your R9s. So it needs to be tuned a little bit differently to where there's not such a heavy reliance on inflicting things that you can do, or they got to go back and do things like put zombie back in with Night Sisters, or make certain nodes with pre-described team, like change out the Datacron farming nodes with teams that are easy to farm against because you can just throw in against them and they can't die kind of thing, right? So that was a couple of solutions we passed out to them as a possibility, but unfortunately we're still at the point of we're waiting to see if they have anything to share with us.
All right.
Yeah, what's the stupid Dathmere mechanic where they keep reviving? Just put that shit on conquest nodes or whatever, right? Like, make it so things can't die.
Well, yeah, every 10 turns. That's the
it might be good enough.
There. Could be. I think just bringing zombie back would be the way to go. Put a Night Sister zombie thing on like every Datacron farming node and come back in 6 months and see if you got to fix it again. I know that's not a great solution, but if there just needs to be a way to be able to spam those things and still get them out, because otherwise you run into the same problem of like, I got to run a team down to 20% stamina for everything to live long enough for me to actually get these feats accomplished.
Another thing they could do is have a data like, you know how like if you buy the pass you get like the automatic disc that buffed consumables. What if they just put in a disc that removes 25% of your stats?
I mean, just to accomplish the feats, that would be a funny thing to add. But I mean, it's a possibility. I wouldn't say that it's completely off the table.
It's partially for a meme, but also it's like I don't know. I love Conquest, but also Conquest is my bane when it comes to like buffs, debuffs, because shit just dies too fast.
Yeah, I get that.
But yeah, so when you're talking about the damage punching down, right? When the higher relic delta punching into the lower relics, what do you think? Like, obviously, you were saying that 55 is what you would like think that it should be at for like the relic delta 5. Do you feel like that damage is prohibitive on 3? Because I know you said 33% you can feel. And I think that's what you said Relic Delta 3 was. Do you feel like that should be lowered some, or do you feel like that feels comfortable?
For the most part, it's comfortable in the respect that it allows players... in an environment where Datacrons don't exist, it's tolerable. You're not gonna be clean most of the time, but most of your counters are still gonna be able to kind of walk into that and deal with it. You know, there's some things where it's like, I was testing, like people had me use Mon Mothma into Gungans at RD3, and it's like the only reason I lost somebody is because Tarpals got the out of turn attack and got the killing blow on Pow, and I couldn't revive him. But even with him going down, I was still able to do the fight. But you go to RD4 on that same team, and by the time the Gungans are done with their AoEs, I don't have a team left standing. And so that's kind of the difference, where it's like RD3, if you have good modding, you've got good characters, you got a good team comp, and if you can throw in Datacrons at the end of that, you should be able to overcome that with proper strategy, modding, and possibly Datacron investment if you're fighting across Datacrons, right? Whereas, RD4 on that counter is a straight up just, go kick yourself in the dick, because you're not good. You don't take a turn. They just start unloading AoEs on you and your team dies. So I think there's a certain point where those counters get too punitive and the damage is so high that there's not even, the end result might be the same, but at least you might have its fighting chance to maybe make a den or kill off a couple of characters before you lose the team, versus being fully just like, nah, dog, you don't get to play here. Have fun watching a 30-second clip of your team dying.
Yeah. On that same vein, to a degree, with the damage increase from being higher relic levels, do you foresee like I don't want to call them ridiculous, but do you consider or have you guys considered testing just or I don't know if you have, random teams? Like, I'm trying to think, does CLS at full R9 beat, insert good team at R7?
So the delta difference is only 10%. So you're dealing 10% more damage to them, and they deal 10% less damage to you. So at that one, it's going to come down to, if it's a team they could already feasibly beat, they'll beat them better. But if mechanically they suffer, or they're countered by that, they don't automatically get a win because of it. Okay. So it's like you wouldn't be able to take Relic 9 CLS into Relic 7 and Ewoks with Kinesa and just walk over that because you have our Delta 2. Like, they'll still catch up to you and take you out. If you were an RD4, CLS would probably one shot, hands opening ability would probably clear off 2 characters under the current version testing. Because hand would be hitting for 70% bonus damage on top of what he's already doing. And so the odds of them surviving in a no Datacron environment is 0. You'll probably blow up the board.
Fair.
So
let me get another question in here. From
I still have a few. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We'll circle back to you. Vincent, did they already tell you, Karthric, something about the new game mode they mentioned in their statement? Not what it will be if you can't tell, but have they told you anything at all? Do you have some visibility into what that new event is?
Unfortunately, if it has been discussed with the testing group, it was prior to my joining. Everything that I have been privy to is exclusively the Relic Delta playtest. So I don't have a better answer for that. This group has kind of gotten together over the past few months and kind of slowly built out. And so I don't know what every, conversation has been, how many meetings. I don't know that kind of stuff. So unfortunately, I don't have a better answer for you. But I'll tell you right now, even if anyone had that answer, they would all probably tell you the same thing. If they either can't, they either won't tell you an answer or they don't know. Because basically right now, as far as the playtest group is considered, if it's not about Relic Delta, we don't get to talk about it. So that's kind of where that's going to sit.
Okay.
Now back to you, Dare. What were you going to ask?
Oh, I was just say, I know that currently there's no plan, or sorry, I shouldn't say I know. So far from the testers, there has been no chatter that I've heard about them either reducing or increasing damage from health percent-based damages. Do you see them reducing the amount that health percent damages, like Expose or
No.
Chewbacca's Basic will do?
They already said, so debuffs like Expose that are technically coded, that the unit that is inflicted with the debuff is dealing the damage to itself, like Expose, like Plague, like thermal detonators.
Okay.
That damage is not getting altered at all. But damage that comes from an ability source, like Chewbacca's Basic or Inherited Teachings, that is going to get impacted. And actually, JML gets negatively impacted by that. But the that'll get impacted by the character. So you'll do more damage if you're punching down with Chewbacca. You'll do less damage if you're punching up with Chewbacca, but you're still doing true damage. JML's specific case is that whoever he's coining is the damage source. So if you're coining a Relic 5 Jedi into a Relic 9 attacker, that true damage gets cut down by, I think, 50% is the current build at Relic 4. Sorry, 40%. So if you were dealing 100,000 true damage with your Inherited Teachings, or you should be, you would lose 40%. You'd lose 40,000 and be dealing 60 instead, coining a Relic 5 attacker. So JML is one of those teams where it's like, you're going to want, Jedi Knight Cal Kestis to jump up some Relic levels because you're going to really hate yourself otherwise.
Thank you
but
at R9 for that TB mission.
Yeah. But but in general, the debuff part of it doesn't change. That's why teams like CLS, Zori, Phoenix, that kind of stuff, anything that relies on exposes or Night Sisters, anything that relies on exposes, thermal detonators, that kind of stuff, Plague, they'll still be able to work. And I think Fatal's actually been brainstorming basically a paper Asajj or Talzin strategy for if they put out the new numbers, because you just Relic 9 Marin. And then, they can't kill her. And so you let Asajj die and, at a glancing blow. And then you just go live your best life. And the counter goes and wins. So there'll be some ways to manipulate the system into the mid and early games player advantage. But it's going to be one of those things where we kind of have to have time to play with it. And then we'll be able to actually go, hey, this now works, at least while you're at this part of the game.
Okay.
Guys, TJ, I'm assuming the game plan is not to do fleets tonight?
I ain't touching fleets, man. We both know I ain't doing it. especially since I gave a big window for him to be able to hit. But it's
Sure,
still
yeah.
he has to open the door to see what I've done, and we'll see what he gets to do because he'll be clean. I'm assuming the front. It's taxing in some of the portions and everything we've set up, but what it goes in the back, he's into a different ball game. So,
Do you want to give a brief recap of your attacks here?
yeah, we'll go in the order of the attacks.
Sure.
And
then
so
we'll
you
take
already paid out, right?
We'll take maybe one or two more questions and then look to pack it in.
Yep. So started the night. Started with Rey. It was again the Super One SLK that went in just fine. Cleaned it out, no problem. Night Sisters on Jabba. So Dagger, you weren't here for it, but it was one of those nights where everything that can go and did it. So they focused on Merit and they focused on her hard and quick. There was no way to recover. So that ended up being one of the first drops. And then for the Maz. No, she's properly built. It had nothing to do with tenacity check. They literally started on her and didn't quit. So there wasn't even a point for me to get it back because she's properly built. It was just bad luck of how it goes. For the Maz, I tried to do the Maul Bros. I wanted to see what it was gonna do. Ended up not working, and that's okay. It was just something new to try out. Ended up killing it with JML, no problem. The crew. That was just Gungans. I took that one in for a 57. It was fine. And then for the Qui-Gon Jinn, ended up doing... I took a lighter version of Malgus, but it still worked out no problem. Up top, we had GI lead, which was fine. I killed that with Adrad. That was no problem. Reva took Cere. The Adrad being set on defense, which we talked about, I took for Phoenix. And I know Tass was trying to lay it out. It's true. Just be aware that you do need to kill them in order. If they set this, you have to kill K2, then you kill Adrad, then you get to go kill Jinn. He got worried because he saw me kind of splitting off, but really I was just trying to lock people down just to keep the stuff tracked. It still ends up being a 57 with their Phoenix. So Dagger called it out, and I agree. There's a high calling. Just set it. Just keep it on offense. Don't set that. Taking Phoenix, OG Phoenix with Krex, and Krex doesn't really have a higher calling. That's a free 57 that you don't want to give. So just a point of reference for folks. Athano, I'll take Dagger's point. I wrote it out, by the way, Dagger. Not killing the Athano, I should have done that. And because I didn't do that.
Dude does so much damage with this Datacron. Holy shit.
It's just his damage overall and his lead. The revamp made him so good. Should have killed him with the Nihilist Crush. I didn't want to because I wanted to save it. That was a mistake. I didn't have the problem the first round, but this round I did. And that's just good modding as well. And it's a good cron. Yeah. Jedi Master Mace.
That Hondo slapped your shit.
No, Athano. Realistically, Hondo's Hondo, but
Athano one shot is... Yeah, Athano one shot
that's superior modding. Athano was the one who got to do the kill that really hammered it out. Yes, I was going for the Hondo. Yes, the Hondo is no joke, but it was actually he's right. It was actually the Athano. So Traya should have still worked. I should have killed sooner, but either way, that ended up being a 2-shot. I was able to clean that up as well. In the back, there was nothing. Nothing to note of here. Be cute novel trying to do the Newt lead. I used BKM on that. Ended up walking away with the 54. Sana, Han, Chewie. Sure, that was great. Bane for a 57, no problem. Poe ended up just doing Aphra. You get in front of it, there's nothing wrong there. Finn Zori, just old school Star Killer. And then for the Aphra, Queen. And that's how the board was done. 1567 to see where we're at. He's got a door to walk through, but you saw what I said for a defense, and you guys are only seeing part of it. So I'll be excited to see. As always, Tass will take us out, but I'll give the notes of where it ends up at, and then I'll post it on his. He'll be able to post it for the announcements. So thank you, Tass, for showing a good time.
We'll do it. Thank you for joining us, man. It's always good to give the people something like a double feature. Any other comments you want to make here about your Grand Arena, and then we'll take these last couple questions here at Carthrick and get ready to pack it in.
The Moz was still unknown. I'll be great to see the data. I think we'll take that. Other than that, Nothing really comes to mind on it. Like,
No worries.
he didn't change anything, so it's like it was great. But I'm glad Carter got to come here and we got to grill about more things about Relic Delta. Like, that was awesome.
Yeah. I didn't really. I saw Vin asked in the chat. It will affect every damage source, right? So physical, special, and true damage. I think that was going.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, it'll affect every damage source. So it modifies the end number of the calculation as I understand it.
But you just have to comment back to say every, because saying again, I'm picking the words, Carter, because that's not you. But saying every doesn't include dots and doesn't include debts, right? So it's not technically every damage source.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It is those specific 3 he mentioned that are impacted.
So
I'm okay with it being there.
If you are the attacking team, let's say you're an R8 team attacking into an R5 team, if they put thermals on you, you technically do that damage to yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you just like massacring yourself at that point then?
No, because that damage is dealt at basically Relic Delta 0, because it's an R8 dealing damage to an R8.
Right, it's equal, right?
So there's no modifier change.
That's
I think
nice.
okay.
Yeah, I see that.
I would say,
Yeah.
the only time I think that matters is basically Jabba, right? The only time the only one we're really talking about that has it, which he's going to be high, right? It's really. I knew what you were going for. I knew what you were going to, right? I knew you were going
to. A really helpful thing to know.
But it's like. Yeah. The only one who's ever had the uniqueness of that setup where it really is the punish of what you're doing and the crit damage is honestly Jabba. Jabba's unique setup has been the only one I think we've ever seen where the amount of damage pushed in is what you bring to it. And that's, I think, Datacron inclusive.
Sounds good. I don't think we have any other questions in the chat. Carthrick, is our special drop-in guest. Thank you so much for popping in with everything about your latest here in the Relic Delta testing saga, including the latest on your tailored feedback you'll be giving to CG, hopefully seeing another round of test numbers. Before we get ready to close down and part ways, anything you want to say in final, your final word to the people?
For me, the only thing I didn't have a ton of time to kind of walk through on this, which was the which I think, to be honest, it's a long shot if they even try to adopt it, but was looking at doing some split scaling on how the Relic Delta system works, instead of everything being allocated to the offensive numbers, splitting it between offense and defense a little bit. So you kind of flatten some of that. That heavy damage if you have over invested attackers, but it also kind of over flattens all the experience on the extreme ends. You won't really notice it on the middles, but it does kind of help. So it's like the one I am setting them is a 60-40 split. So it's like if you had a -60, which is their version 5 numbers, -60% outgoing damage, it gets split to you have -36% outgoing damage, and then you take. I want to say that number is supposed to mean that you take that other 24% as a defensive modifier. I'm trying to remember how it has a plus on it, and then that part annoys me, but that's anyways. You're supposed to just have that number as a modifier to change how much damage you're receiving. So it lowers kind of the time to kill. Increases the time to kill on some things and makes it more challenging to kind of get through there. And then the farther you go out, but it flattens the numbers in the middle a little bit to make it so you don't roll over everything. But it would be an easy way for them to adjust the system and still leave the values higher than where we're at and still be tolerable, because it kind of makes it so that you can actually get your attacks through and take enough damage to where if you're hyper invested, you're going to be on the board long enough to where you actually might be penalized for having a Relic 5 squad with you, because you're not going to win, with your R9 attacker on turn 2, 45 seconds, 4 to 5 seconds into the match. And so I'm hopeful that they do take that into consideration as well, because I think it's an easier way of kind of taming the beast without being quite as punitive to the player base. Because I don't know if they really want to walk those Relic 4 and 5 numbers down any further. I'm hopeful that they will, but this system basically says if you want to leave them here, here's a good way to solve the problem of having an over-invested attacker punching down into weaker units, essentially. So I'm at least hoping that they take some of that into consideration. But it doesn't really change much. It adds a couple extra points of code into the system, and it just spits out a number at the end. So it wouldn't be complicated for them to do. So I'm hoping that it comes up with something, but unfortunately, feedback sometimes feels like it falls on deaf ears because, you know, that's a lot going in and out.
They have an idea of what they want it to look like, and it is definitely different than the idea that we have for what we want it to look like.
Oh, yeah.
And it might be useful for them. I mean, it could absolutely be consider the idea that you're pitching. But to Dagger's point, I'm sure they have a scope vision that is not wanting to deal with both sides of, offense and defense.
That's what they talked about at the beginning was trying to limit it just to modifying damage, which is well, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of things that you have to consider the more you go in and modify the numbers, and so I get why they don't want to, but my issue is the system, the longer it's in place, the longer that relic gap starts to grow, because if we should see, in my opinion, a faster release of vertical progression, right? We should see a couple relic levels a year moving forward is where I'm looking at. I don't see them having a reason to slow down. They have to kind of span that out to give a reason for it. At least in my head. And so I'm like, a few years from now, these situations might be way more prevalent. Right now, it's few and far between. Maybe some early and mid-game accounts that overinvest into Grievous because they love the Separatist droids and they've got an R9 Grievous because they could, and Relic 4 rest the team, and they're going to go beat up all these Relic 5 unlocked GLs that are on the GAC board, and they'll have this unique experience of being able to do that. But as more relic levels do come to the game, it will become more and more prevalent that people will just go, okay, well, what if I just take Malicos to Relic 12, and since you haven't invested further into your Jabba team, since, Relic 10 is scarce, or 11 or 12 or whatever else, and then you've left them at Relic 8, and now I can just go in with like one character and delete your board. So like that's where I'm looking much farther beyond the here and now, which might be, why it will end up being dismissed, in my opinion, because I'm looking too far. But I feel like I'm down the road of like, if you don't ask questions or bring attention to it, you can't come back and be like, well, I told you so. Like, I at least want the justification of like, I did say something. And if you want to ignore me, that's fine. But I would like to say my piece and let it go.
You can't make observations about or learn lessons from things that aren't on your radar at all. And I think you're doing them a service, giving them your idea, and they may well not do anything with it. And that isn't necessarily like your feedback falling on deaf ears. It's that you have what they have shown you in a privileged capacity about their vision, which is not to say that you have the complete vision. There's other considerations that they may not, but the point is, though, you taking the time to share that feedback at least puts the earworm in the ear.
Yeah, that's always been the problem, at least for me in this testing environment, is it's so hard to work in an environment where you can't know the next step. Because like as TJ has said multiple times, like, well, what about R10? What about R10? Like, I've asked that like a half dozen times, like, are we going to be able to see where that lands? And they're like, well, at this time, no, we're not looking at that. It's like, okay, well, I get that. But man alive, it really hurts to give you, like, I don't feel as good about some of the testing because it's hard to say how that impacts. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I've asked a lot of those questions, but I feel like if you don't, nothing ventured, nothing gained. And so I'd rather just ask endless questions and annoy some poor dev to the floor and back about, what I don't know. I'm not a game developer. I don't know any of the stuff. It's just my 2 cents worth and what I can bounce around off the internet, and so I'd rather go down that road and be happy with what I've done than sit back here and be like, well, I looked at the numbers, I tested one battle, I thought it was okay, and I said, send it. I'm not going to engage with this anymore. And I'm like, I would hate to have taken that route. So I'd rather waste a bunch of time doing my best that I can to try to solve this for the community at large. And then hopefully this winds up in a space that, it's not going to upend everything we know.
Mm-hmm. And to Karth's point, I do, it just sounds so horrible to say from this perspective, but I expect a new relic level about as frequently as a new raid.
Once a year.
Well, no, once every 9 months.
Yeah.
That's kind of how this feels to me. This feels like the progression system is going to become a lot more linear with time. Not it feels like with all the era system and all that stuff, it really does feel like they're trying to sync everything up to a certain clockwork style of progression. It really does feel that way. And I'm not saying they will do it, but with everything they've done, I think that it is reasonable to expect Relic 11 a lot sooner than most people would probably be comfortable with, considering how we sat on
May the
R9.
4th, baby.
Yeah.
No, it's coming.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We sat on R9 for 3 years. Y'all think we're going to be 3 years till R11? LOL, get fucked.
Be like that.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
It's going to be much faster. That's part of why Relic Delta is coming out in front of this. Is for that exact same reason. Is to lockstep it.
Yeah, because exactly what you said, it's when they announced Relic Delta, I'm like, oh, they're ramping up this Relic system pretty fast. Because that's the only reason to do this, is to try to create separation.
Well, thank you.
Anyways, I could drag this on for another 25
No.
Yeah.
And we would certainly love to have
you.
you back again, even just for another Grand Arena stream, and we can keep the conversation rolling. So certainly won't be the last time, and I'm glad we had you in. So thank you, really.
Yeah, it was fun.
Dagger, you weren't on the signed guest list, but you got keys to the joint. So before I do my regular outro, you get a last crack at words for the people. I might stream tomorrow, depending on how much free time I have. Twitch.tv/DaggerMage7. If not, this last round of GAC is so demotivating. Every single round 3 is just. Anyways, honestly, I think everyone should take heart, because CG caring about this stuff and wanting to make these changes is a good sign. So whether you like the changes or hate the changes, they're doing this for the future of the game, which means they're thinking about the future of the game, which is all we can really ask from them, is planning years in advance. I mean, yes, planning to keep the lights on. Yes, I think we can support that in general. Well, thank you for that, Dagger. And again, thanks to my guests tonight. Thanks to Kaptn for my matchup first. That was a good, solid fight to close out the week. And of course, if you want to catch up with me until the next episode, you'll have the link here to my Discord right here. If you want to catch me live, you already know the place to do it is here, twitch.tv/Tassenix. I also simulcast from my YouTube channel, Tassenix Gaming, where if you have not been there before, you should check it out. There's a whole bunch of Swug-related content that I think you'll be interested in. Stuff like the GAC Omicron tier list, a how-to mod guide series for building up your mod collection from scratch, mod guides on characters and factions that you've asked about, a whole bunch of odds and ends in there. It's also a rebroadcasting point for my Grand Arena focused podcast, Plotting and Scheming, that I make with my friends Dagger, TJ, Sasha, Aisha, and Fatal, where we break down, our foibles in the thereabouts of the top 100 of Kyber 1. We'll tell you how we dealt with the meta matchups of the week, our favorite attacks and defenses that we saw, and any lessons learned for the week to come. That show is native to Spotify, but wherever you catch an episode, check the description. There's a link that you can use to plug into your preferred podcast program. Goes that way. Anything you enjoy over there on YouTube, please do give it a like, hit subscribe to the channel to see more. Really appreciate that support. Getting up on closer now to 1,800 YouTube subscribers. It's moving right along, so thank you guys, really.
And of course, if you want to go above and beyond the Call of Duty to support the stream, there are a few ways to do so. I do have a Cash App, that is $Tassenix. I do have a PayPal, which is tassenix@gmail.com. And of course, let me get that out correctly. And of course, if you want to get enhanced Grand Arena scouting power for yourself, early access to my content, including plotting and scheming, and some other fringe benefits besides, you may be interested in checking out my Patreon. Patreon.com/Tassenix. For any upwardly mobile Grand Arena player, there is something there of interest for you. At $5 a month, you enter the Task House at the VIP access level, where you get early access to the Plotting and Scheming show that is coming out to our general audience Friday mornings at 8 a.m., but patrons get it as early as Tuesday night, within hours of us recording, so you have that early edge on the start of the week. In addition to that, I will occasionally make patron exclusives that you'll have at least a month on before the general public, but also there is a dedicated voice and text chat on Discord where I am usually lurking, so pop on in and say hi. Thank you so much to Andrew, Bonjo, EEzra, Deadpool Cow 28, JJ's Productions Twitch, Jobin4527, Miasmal, Mus Ross, Raise Malbus, Sam Vimes, Chief Dog 47, Squed, Stark Strategy Gamer, Sweens 14, and White Wolf. And I just see here in the chat, Pills coming in. Man, this is totally your style, Pills. I'm literally just getting ready to close this down and raid this out, and you show up here in the chat with 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you. Glad you made it. Moving on up, the $10 a month tier is VIP Access Plus, where you get a bundled Patreon access to me and to your choice of either OmegaBot or Hot Utils Patreon. OmegaBot's that tool that I highlight at the start of all my Grand Arena streams. It's the one with the graphs giving you an easily understood sense of your opponent's offensive and defensive tendency. Anybody can use that tool for free to scout their opponent's last week of Grand Arena history, but only patrons can build out a custom report with any number of weeks. You get a downloadable HTML version of it with links that you can click that go right back into swugga.gg or Insight, whichever you're preferring to use. Alternatively, you might spring for the Hot Utils Patreon, aka Chili subscription, which is your #1 tool for mass mod management and loadout creation. Nothing else lets you switch so easily between your Grand Arena, TB, TW, and Raid mods. You can use it like TJ and Fatal do with a powerful automation feature to comprehensively remod your roster. You can slice through hundreds of mods in seconds, help out your guild in TW, whole bunch of good things in there. No wrong way to go at VIP Access Plus. Thank you so much to Aussie Mike, Darth Saleya, Esh Sotnikam, JJ's Dad, Meow for Me, Mr. Tony, Shake23501, Single Malt Jedi, Snack Attack, Striker, Superbard, Troublefingers, and Zoltre. At the top in VIP Access Premium, this is $15 a month for the double bot bundle. So Patreon access for me, OmegaBot, and Hot Utils, all under one subscription. Just going out and buying those bots anywhere else costs the same as this bundle, which is why so many of my patrons say it's one of the best values in all of Swugga. Thank you so much to Argots, Arj, Bjorn, Big Ninja, Calidus Invictus, Depressed Wampa, Duckstaff, Darth Link, General Milan, Ibanek, Johnny B. Ottawa, Kev, Mini GK, Hills as seen on TV, Clune, Quig, Rawling, Saldag, Sirboss, Sophus, Sprizzle, The Lost Womprat, Trevorboy Gaming, and Wilco. Now, as far as Jester's Club Elite goes, this is the one and only Nomad's Reaper in here. And honestly, I'm gonna probably gotta get a mention here for Pills, because he's just doing it here again. Another 10 gifted subs out. So Jester's Club Elite, you got Nomad's Reaper, and I would say a very close rival here these days, Mole Pills, popping in with incredible generosity here. And Nomad's, for those who are longtime fans of the stream, he's done behavior like this many times, popping on in, dropping hundreds of thousands of biddies all in one go. Incredibly generous support, always appreciated, never expected. Thanks.
He still
to
has
like
He still has the 2 longest hype trains that he basically funded solo.
Yeah. Nomad's Reaper is definitely
set a high bar, but Pills is coming in strong, and we really
Let me
appreciate
just say, I just want to take.
man.
I just want to say though, the people at the top are people who don't even play the game. That's how you know this is the best community out there. I don't know any other community that you watch a game where it's like I've been playing the game for 2 years. Here,
two people that don't even.
that's what I'm saying, right? It's
Yeah.
like they haven't played the
Fair
game
point.
in years. Wait, hold on. Here's tier 30 for your hype train. Like self bot, dude. Don't even play the game anymore. I'm sorry. There's no game like that out there that has a community as strong as that.
Fair enough. Nah, I appreciate it. It is a real privilege to have guys come in here and push hype trains that don't even play Swag anymore, for sure. Thank you. Yes, thank you, the Pills. You got a bunch of people thanking you in the chat. Appreciate the generosity, man. All right. In special thanks, you've got, oh my God, that's another 10 subs out, man. You're just crushing it, Pills. Thank you so much. Special thanks here goes out to the Lost Womp Rat, one of my patrons who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, helping me set up my stream deck a little while ago. Just makes life easier for me behind the scenes. Really appreciate it, man. To Mrs. T, my wife, who's currently asleep. Thank you for all you do in the background, whether that's, bringing me something to eat, drink while I'm on stream, or just keeping our daughter from tearing the place apart while I'm trying to be the very best like no one ever was at a phone game. And of course, to my co-hosts on Plotting and Scheming, Dagger, TJ, Sasha, Aisha, and Fatal. Gentlemen, it is ever my pleasure and privilege to record our show together every week. Despite the pressures of work and family and the occasional cat ambush, we still get the job done, and I learn from you all every episode. Hopefully the feeling is occasionally mutual, but regardless, it's not about us. It's about the community that tunes into our show. Get a lot of comments and feedback telling us that we made a difference, not just on people towards the higher end of the game, but also in the mid as well, even occasionally in the early, if you believe it. But especially with stuff like that. We've all had our hand in shaping this content over the years, and I really appreciate you guys making yourselves a part of the show because you're what makes it worth listening. So, wouldn't change a thing. Thank you so much. All right, that's yet another. What is that? Yeah. So after the last thing we said to Pills, he did gift out yet another 10 subs. He's just a madman, guys. It's up to you. I'm seconds away from starting up the raid button if you guys are ready to see me go, but we could have another couple of gifts pop out and have a surprise final hype train. What level of madness you guys want to see before we head out the door? It's up to you. Mole Pills can't do this alone. So take another 2 of you. And I'll give you another, minute or so to do that, and then we'll head on out the door. I don't want to keep just crazy, Pills. Thank you so much. Guys ready over on the YouTube side? Send you on out. Who's live?
I'll say I know Zareth's still going.
Yeah, Zareth is still around, man. That's our man. That's our man.
He's still around and he's still streaming tonight.
Yes. Subtle messaging test. Yes. Baseball's the username. Just kicked in with 500 biddies. Really appreciate that, man. We're on the cusp, guys. We'll see what all this adds up to here in just a moment. Over the edge. Appreciate you, Spaceballs. Thank you.
I believe in the chat. I do.
The chat has never let me down when it was on the cusp of a hype train. So there it is.
You're good, man.
DJ.
I got you.
DJ has kicked us over the edge. Now, where do we shoot up to immediately? This is already a 93% completed level 5 hype train. Thank you guys so much. Hats off indeed. Celebrations all around are in order. We are officially in hype train state.
I'm not gonna see Pills' hard work go to nothing.
That's
man.
right.
And then Spaceball kicks in.
Hey, Pills definitely deserves to be on that final slide, my friend.
True, it's true. I can make adjustments. I feel like it was. That's right.
Look at that.
Indeed. He comes in swiftly and dispensing his generous gifts. But for the grace of God, Pills will push up the Twitch payout for this month.
You gotta respect it, man.
I really appreciate it, guys. We are
We are just having a great evening.
2 streams, 2 fights at once. Got more Relic Delta details. Good conversation.
Yeah, great stuff from
It's
Carson.
good.
Really appreciate all that.
Dude, all of it came out really good. Pills came in and just killed it and made it a great night to end it off too.
It really, this is a killer, guys. Great way to close out the second week. Always funny when this type of thing happens right at the end of a stream. Always a privilege to have a hype train at all, but extra amusing and funny that you guys want to send me off that way. And I'm okay with that. I am A-okay. Can catch up and see if I missed it. Yeah. Well, where are we at? Hype train is still, we got about 3 minutes and 40 seconds. We are at a level 8. Okay. Okay. Oh man, now we're talking about going up to new levels here. This is how it gets done. Oh geez. Another. Wow. Oh wait. This is the thing finally catching up. That was a while ago.
Yeah, can't do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, there's Pills. Oh my god. What was that? What was that? Hype train just kicked up to level 9, first of all. So, okay, hold on. Another, what is that? What, 20? Another 20 subs out of Pills?
I was going to say, man,
guys,
it'd be like the Valhalla of Sligo, dude. That's where they live in the halls of infamy. It's just Reaper and fucking Pills.
I'm telling you, I gotta say the month of October's gotta belong to Pills, because if you've been watching me at all in this month, there's got to be a better than even chance that you have a free sub to this channel thanks to this man.
Yeah.
Pills is single-handedly funding your marquees this era.
No,
Yeah.
for real. Yeah, he bought him some pirates. How'd you get your pirates? A Pillsy. A random Pillsy sighting.
It is an incredible privilege. Hey, yeah, Swugga Player's living it up. Swugga Player 0. Man, this is 83% through a level 9. This is nuts. Like, I'm the type of hot where I'm already, like, flush under the skin type of, like, tired, you know what I'm saying? And nevertheless, the adrenaline is kicked in. I am here, in full.
And you're going to send him home blushing. He's going to go night-night making blushies.
Something like that, yeah. Oh my god, this just jumped up. This is another, what is that? Another 20 gifted subs out from Pills. We are now at an 11. This, what started almost 10 minutes ago as me trying to outro this, is now a hype train. A double-digit hype train. We're now into the 11. Tell everybody, tell your mom, tell your mom's mom. Tune in.
You know what would be cool?
/ Tassenix, get your free sub on.
It'd be cool to see a sub off if Pills and then just and Nomad just came in at one time.
Pills is down. Pills is down. He's shown
Dude,
up.
I know he could. That's what I said. I just don't know. I don't know, man. Nomads has done things that I don't think are humanly possible.
Unholy.
Like
the unholy.
Yeah. The numbers he's hit. What was his highest he's done to you?
Oh,
like I'm not.
Something
Pills
like,
is amazing.
So yeah,
but
no, yeah.
He was weren't you almost?
Never to denigrate somebody else.
No.
But yeah, no, he's I want to say like at level 28 by himself.
That's what I'm saying.
Like we had a couple other people that chipped in to kick off the hype train, and maybe a couple other gifts besides. But when I say that in actual streams, he's done very similar to what Pills is doing. So Pills is just crushing it right now. But like we're talking about like over the course of a single stream dropping like 200 to 400 subs. Like tens of thousands of biddies. This guy's, I don't deserve it, but I'm so grateful for it, for sure. And likewise, similarly grateful here for Pills.
Oh, dude, like
people
I said,
are getting subs left and right.
For a guy who doesn't even play the game to love the community that much to want to give it up is a testament to the community.
We just ascended. It looks like another 10. No. It's another 20 going out.
Yeah, he slammed 20.
This, it's antiquated to refer to this as a level 11 hype train. Did I say
what we
11?
call this?
I meant 13. We are now in level 13. Yeah, you should have waited to drop your prime. There's always next month, Borgie. Appreciate it, man.
This is oh, you should have waited, right? So you gave it to me. You know what? I appreciate you regardless. But these opportunities do pop up on you from time to time. So we'll see what things look like for you next time. It was another 50 gifted pills. Thank you so much, and you're going insane tonight. God, that's gotta be. You've done like a few sets of 20. That was just a 50 bomb. We're up over 100. It's got to be closer to 150 you've handed out tonight.
So I said the halls of Valhalla, man. The halls of Swolo Valhalla.
Thank you. That's incredible. And we're still keeping it live. It's 12% through a level 13, guys. Up into the clouds we go. Pills throws out, what's that? Another 5 gifted subs? Look at this. People whose names I have not seen in years. That's another, so that's 100 so far tonight, Pills. You're keeping track? I thought it was well over that, so thank you. Incredible.
I don't know. Right now it shows at the top 140, so.
Okay, I thought I wasn't like entirely insane.
No. Well, you're just delirious from being tired. That's a different story for another time.
Partially. But I'll tell you what, like when Mrs. T sees me in the morning and she says, "Oh, so you got to bed late," and it's like, "Yeah, but it's okay, I'll buy us." That's how you negotiate. So. Really?
That's called that. I call that successful planning. Fuck negotiations, because it's not good. What's she gonna say? No,
I will not have piping hot breakfast delivered.
That's
to the
right,
door.
Man. That's right. How dare you offer that to me?
Slightly less than piping hot breakfast delivered to the door.
Slightly less, but more than warm. More than warm.
It's not out of her pocket and not out of her time. So that's what you call just
pills.
Be grateful.
Another 10 gifted subs. Now it's okay. So you've checked it all up and you verified. Now with this last set of 10, it's 150 subs from you tonight.
Good
Incredible,
Lord, ridiculous,
man.
dude.
Thank you.
Fucking beast mode, dude.
And
Here's the best part about it.
fantastic.
Like I just want to say, as somebody who's actually met Pills, it's also cool getting to meet the folks in real life and them also be cool as shit in real life.
Yeah, and we just had Pills here on camera the other night when we had Ranger. So if you guys hadn't seen him before, I don't think I'd seen him in the flesh before, but that was cool, and we'll have him back just as soon as we can. We'll be streaming next week. These opportunities seem to be popping up more and more. Thank you so much, Pills. Incredible. Thank you for backpacking us pretty much all the way up through level 13, 63%. What a way to close out a stream. I am just delighted. Got about a minute and a half, guys. Pills has done more than his fair share here tonight. So anybody else who wants to pile on, you got a minute and a half to do it. Otherwise, we'll close this one out at a very happy level 13 hype there. Thank you again so much, though. It's
and have a good night, Karthrick. Have a wonderful night.
Oh, Karthrick was still here after all this, man? Thank
he was on mute. Yeah, he was on mute, man. And that's okay. Yeah. But it was still great for him to jump in and get grilled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just DM'd him. Thanks again for joining us. Yeah, that was fun. Great to get his.
Well, like I said, like when you get the stuff like that, you get to ask what I would consider some of like the hard hitting questions, right? And like, oh, me too, want to know this as well. So it's like the fact that he gets to open up and say, here are the things, and here's what I'm pushing and testing for. It's like that's awesome, man. Dagger got to do his own stuff. It's where it's, and you have an open door policy, so a lot of people have access to the voice chat, getting to come in and ask good questions. Have no less intent of just helping us all that much further.
For sure. All right, we're in the final 15 seconds, guys. About ready to close this one out, and then it'll be my pleasure to send you out the door. Four. 2.
What's funny is you're gonna still hear beeping though. You may be done, but the system's not done beeping.
No, the treasure train's already arrived, man. 150 plus, and then of course your 100 biddies. I want to say 500 from. Oh man, I can't remember. I'm gonna go back and get it. What was Spaceballs the username?
Spaceballs.
Aha, I got it.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you guys
That's why
so much.
I couldn't let it go, man. I couldn't let Spaceballs not get it. Obviously, Mill Pills, but I couldn't let it, man. I couldn't let it get it.
Love, respect to everybody.
All right, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks to everybody who donated, and of course, especially to Pills. And yes, all of you YouTube folks are getting sent out the door to Xerath right now. Take care. And for all of us here on Twitch, setting up the raid now. On the door. Out the door. Xerath, X gonna give it to you. All right? Starting up the raid. And yes, again, thank you. It's I started this, I want to say 8:30, so it's about a little after 1 a.m. Marathon stream, 2 full Grand Arenas, good Relic Delta discussion. My pleasure to have all the guests and all of you here tonight. Until next time, it's been real. It's been awesome. It's been real awesome. Take care.